3 1,000, 5 1,000, pause.
Ready? Good evening and welcome to the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, December 20th. I'm Mayor John Hammond. It's not working well. Yeah, I know. I didn't hear it either.
There it is.
A little closer. All right. So we'll start off the meeting today with a reading from our city clerk. Melissa, if you would.
No. The city has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for a deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can listen to the meeting live on the radio at 12:30 a.m. or live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comments via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube.
Thank you. And we'll then all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for Pastor Sheehan for the invocation. And
Yes.
Councilman Strong.
With me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
O Holy Father, during this Christmas season, when we pause to remember the gift of your Son, we thank you for our elected leaders. We thank you for Mayor Martin. May you send your word and bless him tonight. Councilpersons Gregory, him and his wife, bless them especially tonight. Hammond, Bosch, and Strong. Fill them with the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of him for every decision before them tonight. Father, bless our police and emergency services personnel who bravely serve and protect us all. May your grace be upon our city staff to give them all they need to manage and care for our city. Father, again, we thank you for your great love and many blessings upon our city. And I would like to ask if everyone here, not, it's up to you whether you want to or not, just say the Lord's Prayer with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And Father, we ask all of this in the name of your Son. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sheehan. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
Here.
Okay. We'll also be advised that Mayor Martin is at home per doctor's orders. He will be participating, but tonight we will have myself as presiding officer on the board. Let's go ahead and start then, of course, with staff introductions. Warren, if you would.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, Karen Jackson, IT Technician, and Jessica Ferguson, Administrative Assistant.
Christopher Lucko, Utilities Director. Terry Fenn, Paso Robles Police Department.
Rita Berman, Public Works Director. Anthony Horton, Community Services Director. Kevin Bass, Robert Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
You as city manager. David North, Chief Office on that. David Carl, Public Works Officer. Dwight Brown, Director of Public Works Operations Manager. Lewis, City Manager.
This is Veronica Capital Projects.
Here now.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
All right. First item on the agenda tonight is the election results, and that's declaration of results, consolidated general election, November 8, 2022. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond. Mayor Martin and council members, pursuant to Section 36503 of the California Government Code, the city of Paso Robles holds its general municipal election on the same day as the statewide general election. Earlier this year, the city approved resolutions 22092 and 22-093, calling for a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, and for that election to be conducted by the San Luis Obispo County Election Department for the purpose of electing one council member to District 1 and one council member to District 2 of the City Council for full terms of 4 years each, and to elect a mayor for a full term of 4 years. The City Council also authorized 2 ballot measures to be placed on the same ballot for consideration. One measure was regarding the issue of appointive city treasurer. This measure was designated as City of Paso Robles Measure E22. The other ballot measure was regarding a TOT increase of 1%. This measure was designated as City of Paso Robles Measure F22. The county clerk has conducted the official canvass of votes cast in the November 8th, 2022 election and has declared and certified the results. Total voter registration for the City of Paso Robles was 18,558, with a total number of 11,272 votes cast, resulting in a 60.74% voter turnout. Stephen W. Martin received 54.74% of the votes cast for mayor and was elected for a 4-year term. In District 1, one candidate, John R. Hammond Jr., who is currently serving as an at-large council member, ran unopposed and received 100% of the votes cast and was elected as District 1 council member for a 4-year term. In District 2, one candidate, Chris Bausch, who is currently serving as an interim at-large council member, sought election to the office of council member and received 100% of the votes cast and was elected as District 2 council member for a 4-year term. Ballot measure E22 regarding the issue of appointive city treasurer required a simple majority of 50% plus 1 to pass. Ballot measure E22 failed to pass, receiving only 38.29% of the votes cast. Ballot measure F22 regarding a TOT increase of 1% required a simple majority, 50% plus 1, to pass and passed, receiving 60.74% of the votes cast. It is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 22-XXX, reciting the facts and declaring the results of the November 8th, 2022 consolidated general election, as made available by the County Elections Office, and that the City Council waive second reading and adopt Ordinance 1129, enacting a 1 percentage point increase to transient occupancy tax to be reserved in its entirety for the city general fund.
Okay. Questions of staff on the report? Do we have any public who wishes to ask any questions? Seeing none, then all motion and discussion and vote is in order. Do I have a motion?
Move that we accept the report.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Strong and second by Bausch.
And just so we're clear, so the motion was to accept the results and approve the ordinance.
And approve the ordinance, yes.
And the resolution associated.
Okay, call the order.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Pass 5-0.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Item 2 is the actual oath of office. How we're going to handle that, Melissa?
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond and Councilmember Bausch, if I could have you come out to the front of the room, please. For those here in the audience and listening online, Mayor Martin will be participating virtually in the oath with us as well this evening. And I'm going to give you all just a brief introduction to the oath for those of you who may not be familiar with it. This oath is taken by all public servants and has been for quite some time. These gentlemen have already taken it before, as they both have been in their seats, and every city staff member also takes this oath as well. So I will ask for each of you to repeat after me, putting your own name in, raising your right hand, and of course you do have the option to affirm or swear. I, Melissa Boyer,
I, Steve Martin,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United
and the
States
Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office upon which I am about to enter.
of the office of which I'm about to enter.
I do further swear
I do further swear
that in all matters concerning the city,
that in all matters concerning the city,
I shall strive to promote the common good,
I shall strive to promote the common good,
to uphold the public trust
to uphold the public trust
without fear or favor of any person,
without fear or favor of any person,
and to leave the city greater and better than it was when entrusted to me.
and to leave the city greater and better than it was when it was entrusted to me.
Thank you. Congratulations. If I could have each of you go ahead and sign your oath certificates.
Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Being official, and then we're moving on to item 3 then, capital project report, and that will be by Frida Berman or Adidas?
Both of us.
Okay.
Point of order, if the mayor pro tem is going to act as the chair, I think the mayor needs to go through the process of assigning that duty to him.
Elizabeth, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, so I believe the mayor has already requested this of Mr. Hammond and has consented through your announcement this evening. So I think we're covered.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, well, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is our once-a-month presentation from the Public Works Department. I will start and then I'll tag team to Frida and to Dave Lacaro. So these are the, oops, not working. Okay, so again, I just want to remind everybody about the sanctioned detour routes for the Golden Hill Union Road roundabout project. That intersection is close, and these are the detour routes that are approved by the city. Just a reminder again that the Bronco Burger parking lot is only for customers and not to be used as a cut through. And the Enterprise Rent-A-Car is just an entrance for their use. The Medical Plaza parking lot is also for their use and not for the public to use as a through road. And as much as possible, the residential streets around the area is also not a detour route. And if you do go there, please make sure that you drive at the speed limit of 25 miles per hour or the police department will be issuing tickets. And then with that, okay, here we go. Here's a time-lapse video of the project. There should be sound. There's no sound. That's sad because the sound's really cool. But anyway, here it is. So here's the piping that's underground that was constructed. We put ductile iron pipe water mains, sewer mains. This one on the video is the streetlight conduits. And now we're just grading and restoring the trench for the piping. Just envision and then here's the manhole. And then this is a GPS. This is the FDR where we introduced the chemical to make the base for the road bed. Here we are again with the FDR work. So that road bed will now be strong enough to hold asphalt. And just a reminder, the curbs that you'll see being installed in the center, that is the actual center of the roundabout. There will still be another one constructed on the outside, and that's the actual truck apron. But that one is just the actual center where the landscaping will go. So that's why it just looks funny, but that's just the center where the landscaping will go. So you can start seeing the shape of the roundabout. And that's it for that project. Granite construction. So we also have a project to remove and replace all our old traffic signal street signs. We started on Spring Street. So the one at 4th, 6th, 10th, 12th, and 13th are finished. We're waiting for the rest of the materials. And as we get them, we will install them. So check them out. They're very bright and very easily read. We also completed our paving rehab out at the airport. On the left is the before pictures, and the right is the after pictures. And this is in front of one of the hangars by the fuel island. And I think that's it for me, and I'm going to pass it on to Dave Licaro.
Fredo.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Licaro.
Gosh, I have one more. So again, just the Niblick Road project was awarded an ATP grant. Okay, sorry.
Good evening. David Licaro, Public Works Ops Manager. So I'm just giving you a quick update. I missed last month because there was really nothing to update on the Centennial Creek Rehabilitation Project, but I'm excited to announce that the downstream portion of the Centennial Creek Rehab Project is complete. We just planted a bunch, but here we have a video, and hopefully this works. We'll see. But this was taken on November 8th when we got our first significant rain with actual flow. And you can see we have about 15 different rough and riffles. Again, these are to emulate more of a natural creek system. But you can see kind of the dirty sediment water coming through this rough and riffle. This is to slow the water down, drop out sediment. And so I've got a bunch of different videos, but I thought this one captured quite nicely what this first flush looked like as it went through the system. So pretty exciting to see this in action, and we're moving forward on this project. So
Just got to get a little more rain, right?
just a little bit more rain, but we've got some coming up here in the forecast, and you know, slow and steady. We don't like that flashy stuff, but if we can get it slow and steady, I'm a happy boy. So here's another picture of some of the plantings we have. On the left there, we have some oaks that are going to be coming in to provide some of the canopy in the area. We planted approximately 700 plants in the lower portion. These are a mixture of toyon, oaks, coffee berry, really natural plants. We had the California Conservation Corps installing these 1-gallon plants through the lower section of that project. But for those folks who have gotten the opportunity to go and walk down there, it's really pretty. They really did a great job on that. And then, of course, we do have some wildlife that are chomping on some of these newly installed, so we've had to come back and replace a few. And we have put in some of the fencing to keep the wildlife out so that we give a chance for that vegetation to actually establish and grow. So what's ahead? So we're looking at around June of next year, so the summer. We're looking to time this so that school is out, so that we don't disturb kids going back and forth to the high school and the middle school there. But we will be working on the upper portion of that. That's Nickerson to Lana, and we're going to be doing basically the same thing. Installing rough and riffles. We will be redoing the pedestrian crossing bridge there, and then installing about 800 to about 1,000 more plants in that area. So just exciting to see this, and just to remind you, this has been an 8-year, if not a little bit more, project going on, and this is in collaboration with Caltrans and our local resource conservation district. So with that, that's about it for me. If you have any questions, please, I'd like to answer.
Any questions for David or Carl? Very good. Thank you, David.
All right, thank you. Pass it along, Frida.
You bet.
Good evening, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. As per usual, I'm starting with Fire Station 3. Just as a reminder, this project started in May. Original project duration was 350 days. Due to supply chain issues and issues with PG&E performance, we are now looking at September for this project. Warren, there should be a little arrow at the bottom of this video. This is the night of videos for Public Works. But here is the most current look at Fire Station 3. We have completed boring primary electrical service across Union Road, stubbed up conduits for the PG&E box. Work continues even through the wet weather with sidewalks and site electrical. We're going to be doing some stucco next week, weather dependent. Working in for driveways and other site work. So work has been continuing. You can see the site got super wet during the last rain, but it was dried in, so no impacts there, and the contractor kept working. We are doing everything we can to continue working while working through the PG&E delays. This last part of the video shows the retention basin at the front and how it held up through the last storm. You'll see where it is fairly empty right now. And as we get to the end of this little section, how far it filled up. But they worked as designed and the site stayed dry. So that's Fire Station 3. Uptown Family Park water feature replacement. As a reminder, that's a state of California Proposition 68 per capita grant for $177,000. We are still working through some design issues, cost issues, and we'll hopefully be back out to bid for a second time just after the first of the year. The Centennial Park Patio Shade Sale project for recreation is in its final legal review and just waiting for a final sign-off, and then a notice of proceed will be issued and we'll get started on that, most likely early spring. In design, we have the pickleball court complex. We've heard about this one for a long time. We're still at 50%. The architect is working through with the subs, electrical and civil subs, to get their plans at 50%. Then we'll be submitting to the building department for initial review. Law enforcement facilities at Second Wind Way and the Barney Schwartz pump track project, plan check approval is imminent. Once we get those, we'll be out to bid on that as well. And finally, the Centennial Park trail repair, very similar to David Licaro. We are working on the trail from Nickerson to Lana. We have engineering in process. They're going to be decoring some samples next week. And then we are going to be putting together some documents to put that project out to bid. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mayor Martin, Councilman Gregory, do you have anything for staff?
Not for me, thank you.
Okay.
Not
Steve?
for me, thank you.
Thank you.
No, we're good.
Okay. You good with this way? Okay. Thank you for the report. Item 4, update of eScribe agenda management implementation. I guess that's going to be Melissa Boyer, our city clerk.
Yes, it is. I just have a brief presentation for council and members of the public. We are, as council will remember, back in June, as part of the approved budget for fiscal year 22-23, you approved budget funds for us to purchase and start using an agenda management software system. And we are and have been working towards implementing that system, and we're going to launch using that hopefully at the end of January with our first meeting of 2023. So we wanted to just give everyone an opportunity to see what will be changing and what will stay the same. So essentially, members of the public can still access the agenda through the link on the calendar on the city's website or through the City Council agenda page on the website, and you'll still just click the link to go into the agenda. But once you get into the agenda, you're going to see some changes in the formatting primarily. The order of the meeting is staying the same in the same format of what we're used to at the beginning, but you'll see that instead of a number for each section, we have a letter for each section. And then within those sections that have multiple items, for example, the consent calendar, every item that's included as part of that letter K under consent is an individual number. So that is a little bit different than what we do right now, but you'll still be able to click on the links and go to that item, or if you'll note on the side, on the right-hand side, you'll see that it'll also tell you the page number of the full packet where that item starts. So that is the biggest change that you're going to see when you go down in. You opt to look at an HTML version of the agenda or a PDF version. If you choose the PDF, you can take a look here at the table of contents and choose the item that you want to look at, and it'll take you directly to the PDF of that item. So we just wanted to make sure everybody had a brief overview before we launch this out into the public. And I can take any questions if you have any.
Okay. Mayor Martin, Councilman Gregory, do you have any questions?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Yeah. Steve?
Nothing for me. Nothing for me. Thank you, John.
Fred? No. Chris?
Very comfortable with the new style of agenda, so I will look forward to seeing that in January.
Great, thank you.
Hopefully this is going to be a helpful time saver for you. I know it's monumental for you to get everything together for these
That
two.
is going to save time on staff side of things for sure. It's also going to, as we progress in the implementation, it's going to unite all of our advisory bodies into the same system and the same look and feel.
Great.
It's got a lot of positive things.
Okay. Any questions of the public on the new agenda item that we're going to be seeing coming forward? All right. Thank you. Moving on then, we're going to then open general public comment. This is going to be 3 minutes for anyone who likes to address the council on items that are not on the agenda, So you'll have 3 minutes. If you'd like to go ahead and address the council, please come forward. Seeing none, do we have any?
I do have one caller online, Jan Albin.
Jan? Welcome, Jan.
Hi, good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of questions tonight. One of them pertains to something that was asked previously, that several months back I asked the question about the consultant that was hired for the homelessness future study, and when he gave a presentation, he had several recommendations. I asked the question back several months ago if we were working on that, if anything was happening. I haven't seen anything, so I'm asking again, has the city put any kind of a plan together, and who, if anyone, is working on that plan? So that's question one. Secondly, I need to publicly apologize to Karen Jackson in our IT department, who made the mistake this morning of answering the phone and therefore was the recipient of my frustration with our city website. But in my defense, I'm on the site every day searching. I spend an inordinate amount of time struggling to find what I need because our site is not user-friendly. And if I struggle, I'm guessing lots of others do as well. But I thought there was a plan and money allocated for a new website. And I'm asking, what has happened to that? How far along are we? Are we developing a new website? And is the site going to happen, and when can we expect it? Because if people can't get the answers they need on that site, then they have to make the decision to call City Hall or not, and ask the questions or not, or just go down the road with lots of things unanswered. So I'd appreciate some answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. And we'll bring it back. City Manager Ty Lewis, then, I guess, do we have on anything? I know we have staff working on the homeless plan.
Yeah, Ms. Albin is correct. At this particular time, I haven't scheduled anything regarding the future study moving forward with the actual strategic planning. Not to make any excuses one way or the other, it needs to get done, and it's on staff's priority list to get done, but we are working through some other challenges as well. So not to put her off or the rest of the community, it's on our mind, and we're aware of it, and we'll be getting to it as quickly as we can. Regarding the website, we are working on updates to the website. I don't think we have anybody here from IT, but Mr. Hewitt might have some updated information. I've seen some emails trading back and forth about progress there.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. We are working with our website vendor right now to essentially redesign the entire site. We've been working on it for about 6 months. We're really kind of going over it with a fine-tooth comb. I would expect that we're going to be launching that new site first quarter of 2023, and I hope that it is much easier to navigate, and we are improving both the layout, the functionality, and the content. So look for that probably first quarter of 23.
All right, Chris, thank you for the report. Yeah, somebody who didn't grow up with computers, a lot of us are kind of challenged sometimes, I think. Again, make it as easy and simple as we can. I think that's really what we're all looking for. So thank you. Moving on then, let's go ahead and get to agenda items that are deferred. City Manager, do we have anything on the list?
No, sir, Mr. Hammond. No deferrals.
All right. That brings us then to the consent calendar. These are items that do not require full discussion unless any of us want to pull or the public wants to pull an item. I'm going to go ahead and have our City Manager, Ty Lewis, read off what is on the calendar, items 5 through 15, 10 items. So if you would, Ty.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. So our first item is the approval of our December 6, 2022 City Council meeting minutes. We also have the Library Board of Trustees Advisory Body minutes from 10/13. As always, we have the receipt of our warrant register as prepared by Mr. Cornell and his administrative services team. We have the reaffirmation of Resolution 21-147, which is regular on the consent agenda as well, which authorizes remote and or hybrid remote in-person public meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. which luckily we're able to take advantage of tonight as we have Mr. Gregory and our mayor attending online. Next item was canceling of the February 7th, 2023 regular city council meeting and scheduling a special meeting for January 31st, 2023. Approval of a contract with Paso Robles Destination DBA Travel Paso for services being rendered pursuant to the approved Paso Robles T-bid or the Tourism Improvement District Management District Plan. The next item is approval of a memorandums of understanding with the Service Employees International Union, Paso Robles Police Association, and Paso Robles Professional Firefighters. This item includes wage and benefit summaries, which are attached to the agenda packet with both the unrepresented confidential, professional, and management group, and as well as adjustments to the part-time employees group, and amendment to the city manager's employment agreement and the master pay schedules to correspond to the changes for all of those agreements. Next item is approval of a purchase of additional public safety communications equipment, which is part of our radio upgrade project with Motorola using J20 funds. The next item is approval of a janitorial services agreement for city facilities with Brendler Janitorial Service. And that's in the amount of $160,000 for our restrooms. Item 14 is approval of a declaration pursuant to Government Code Section 54221, which is declaring exempt surplus land, which authorizes a quitclaim deed transferring the city's interest in that surplus land to the Hotel Ava project owner so they could keep their project moving forward as the city doesn't need that land any longer. And the last item is approval of an oak tree removal permit 22-20, which authorizes the removal of a 17-inch Coast Live oak tree at 414 4th Street. And there are no further items.
Very good. Do we have anybody from the council? Councilman Gregory, Mayor Martin, do you have anything to pull?
No questions from me.
Yes, I would like to pull item 9.
Item 9. All right, that's canceling of the regular city council meeting. Do you want to hear that at the end, Steve, or do you want to just have a question on that?
I'd like to hear it at the end. I don't want to take the time right now to discuss it.
Got it. Okay. We'll move that to the end. And then Councilman Strong, Councilman Gray.
There was a letter that I received on item 14.
14.
Real brief. At the end of the meeting, we can handle that.
Okay, so you want to pull 14. So item 9 and 14 are pulled by council. All right. Do we have any public wishing to pull any items?
Yes, Dale Gustin, the last item on the oak tree removal, please.
Item 15. Okay. Seeing that, do we have any other questions from staff on the agenda? As now we do have 10 or 7 different items then to approve. Any discussion? I'd like to go ahead and hear a motion then.
John, move to approve.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hammond, did we check to see if there was any public comment?
Yes, I guess I didn't. I'm sorry. Any public comment on the remaining items that have to be voted on currently? Seeing none, okay. So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Stepped on each other. Who was that Mayor Martin and Gregory?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, who was the first?
I think Steve got into the wire.
Okay.
Okay.
So I move we approve the consent agenda items. Let me just see this here. We'll go 5 through 8 and 10 through 14, leaving discussion for 9 and 15. Is that correct?
And
14.
14 also.
And 14. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion by Gregory, second by Martin. Any discussion? Roll call then, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory,
Yes.
Mayor Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Moving on, then we're going to have then a report on items approved, consent, we've already done that. Public hearings beginning with 16, acceptance of the final map, PR 160165 for recordation and annexation into the CFD 2005-1, 301 Crescent Road. And who has that, David? Happy?
So that's a recommendation to Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
That's a recommendation to continue to January 17th, 2023.
Okay, all right, so we're not ready then to bring that forward. Do we just need to go ahead and make a continuance? Or?
Are we going to be renoticing that, or did you want us to open the public hearing and make a motion to continue?
Let's open.
We've already noticed, so it would be good to continue
we need
date certain with the hearing.
Open the public hearing and then take a motion to continue to January 17th, I think was the date?
Yes.
January
Okay.
17th.
All right, does any council have any questions on item 16? We'll open it up then to the public. Anyone having items or questions to 16, please come forward. Dale?
Your screen says December 20th. Please clarify.
The screen's incorrect.
Yeah, so we're going to the 17th. So then make a motion then to continue date certain January 16. Do I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Strong?
Second,
Bausch? All in favor?
with a comment.
Yeah.
If staff is ready, if we could attach whatever documents are available at that time in January, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right. Yep. Can we just do a voice vote on that, or is it roll call?
Everything's roll call tonight.
Yeah.
We have no callers for
Roll
public
call.
comment.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye. Moving on then to 17, we have the 2023 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, and draft annual action plan. Darren, do you have that for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you mentioned, this is the 2023 Community Development Block Grant. This is called the draft action plan. So back in November was the deadline for applications for the 2023 program year. And we received some applications, which I'm going to run through tonight. So what we're looking at is to review the applications, give staff back some direction on what to come back for in March, and we'll bring that kind of the final action plan to you in March. That then gets sent to the county to go for approval through the County Board of Supervisors. So the community development block grants are federal funds that are allocated through the county for projects that benefit low-income persons and eliminate blight. City funding priorities are public improvement projects, public service program grants, and grant administration. So what we're looking at for the 2023 program year is preliminary allocation of $226,000 to $227,000. 80% of that can go towards a public improvement project, which we typically work on some type of road project. And then 20% can go through for administration. But if you recall, we work with the county. County does a lot of work with these funds and with these projects, especially with the administering of the public service grants. The city really doesn't get involved in that, and we like to keep it that way as far as administering that. So we do share that 20% administration funds with the county. So 13%, or I'm sorry, 7% is what we request to come to the city, and the 13% goes to the county. So the $15,890 is what the city has applied for administering the CDBG program. So when we look at that $227 some odd thousand dollars, if we look at about $147,000 to a public improvement, that could accommodate the 15% to, for $34,000 to public services. And then again, the $15,008 for administration. What the council has the ability to do and what we're looking for feedback on is really, one, do we want to fund the 15% public services? Or do we want the whole 80% to go to the road project? So that's what we're going to talk to a little bit about this evening. So the city received, for public service applications, the city received 4 applications totaling $55,408. The maximum that the city can spend, that 15%, is $34,049. So in order to distribute and give feedback for the $34,000, we need to talk a little bit about how we reduce that, or how we reduce the requests of the $55,000 down to about $21,000 to get down to that $34,000. So here's the applications for public services that were applied for. People Self-Help, which is supportive housing programs in Paso, is requesting $11,449. El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO, is homeless shelter services in the amount of $13,000. CAPSLO, or Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo, has a senior daycare program in Paso Robles, is requesting about $14,626. And then the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, who also provides homeless services here in the city, is requesting $16,333. So as you can see, that adds up to the $55,408, where $34,049 is available. Some of the things we can look to, and we've done some of these things in the past. I don't think this is new information for council members. But what we could do is we could, divide accordingly and pay out or grant amount of $8,500 to the 4. That would get us to the 34,000 number. So that would be a process where we would just give an even amount to each of the 4 public service applicants. Or we could take a look at not funding 1 or 2 or 3 of them, and to take a look at applications and get down to that 34,000. Or the other option is not to fund the public service amount and put the 34,000 towards the city's public improvement project. The public improvement project that we've applied for this year is the Riverside Avenue. It's a sidewalk and curb ramp infill project. So obviously this is Riverside Avenue between 21st down to about 18th, 17th, somewhere in there. So we're really thinking about pedestrians walking along here, especially during event times, whether it's the fair or all the events that are happening, whether it's the fairgrounds or the park. But this is just an area that could need some help. We come to the council with public improvement projects quite a bit. We're working on Black Oak Drive right now, which was 2 years ago, a CDBG project. We're working on, we just finished a project in Sierra Bonita where we did quite a few curb ramps. We've got the next project coming online at 17th Street, trying to work around the school, getting infill sidewalk and curb ramps between kind of the school down to Spring Street, just looking at those opportunities to connect and get these pathways installed in a safe manner. So that's what we're looking at here. On the west side especially, there's quite a few properties that have been built out for many, many years that just don't have sidewalks in front of them. So that's why you see some projects do, some projects don't. Whether they've had building permits that trigger the frontage improvements or whether they meet evaluation that requires it. There's a lot of factors that play into, why a project may not have sidewalk and curb and gutter in front of them. So this is just an area that we think is a good project. Looking at the bottom of the slide, this project would include eight Americans with Disabilities Act curb ramps, about 450 feet of sidewalk, curb and gutter, and 4 drive approaches along here is what I worked with the engineering staff to come up with this project for the amount that we are looking at with this program here. So the Riverside Avenue project, so the application was for the full 80%. So we have an application in, the city has an application in for the $181,595 to, that would help us get to that project I just showed you. If we decide we want to do the public service amount, the 15%, the $34,000, then that would reduce the Riverside project down to $147,546, which is still okay. Typically we do fund the public services. That's generally, and that's what's being recommended. We will still be able to do a project. We'll have to take reducing the scope a little bit to get down to that $147,000. So the options tonight before you again are, option 1 is to fund the public services, the $34,000, do the Riverside Avenue project, and then the administration, and getting us to that $197,484. Option 2 would be to not fund the public service and put the total 80% up to the Riverside project. So those are the 2 options before you. Again, this is a draft action plan. So we're going to take what we hear tonight. If there's any questions, any research we need to do, we can take that and bring it back to you in March for your approval so that we can ship it out to the county from there. So the recommendation we have is just that. So I think, so option A is the scenario discussed by funding the 15% for public services. Option B, or the recommendation B to include with the recommendation 1, we also need to make findings that it complies with CEQA. That's that recommendation B. And then set Tuesday, March 7th as the public hearing to come back with the final action plan to council. And that's the application summary, including the city's Riverside and the administration funds. So I think what we're looking for in feedback, and I'm hoping some of the public service representatives are here to give us a little information about their programs. But I think what we're looking for today is for the council to give a little feedback on how to take that $34,049 and distribute it amongst the 4 applications or not, is what we're looking for. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Darren Nash currently? Mr. Bausch.
Darren, thanks for answering my questions earlier today. You mentioned 17th Street. Is that a previously approved project, or is that something that might be coming up in the future?
That was approved, I believe, last program year.
Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
John?
Mayor Martin.
No, this is Gregory.
Yes, Steve Gregory, go ahead.
Could I respectfully ask for you to ask for our comments one more time? I'm going to go in with make my question here real quick. So Darren, I have a couple questions on the sidewalk and ramp infill on Riverside. Several of those projects are private property and business owners. Is there a reason why they're not contributing to those costs?
I think that was another question by a councilman earlier. So we're looking at infill sidewalks here. Tonight, I don't know the specific reasons why a project may or may not have the frontage improvements in front of them, but we can definitely go back and take a look at some of the newer commercial type projects and try to get some information on why frontage improvements weren't required at that time. A lot of these projects, have been around a long time. There's thresholds that are required to be met before frontage improvements are required. So it's possible it didn't meet a threshold. There was also a time when projects could come ask the council for not requiring it, even though it was a commercial project. So I don't know specifically, but you definitely can give us some feedback. We can try and answer those questions when we come back in March.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And then Mayor Hammond, I'd like to make a comment after the public comments to review a couple of the items on the public entities. What do you call that? The entities?
Public service groups. Yeah.
So thank you. I'd like to comment when the questions come back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. Mayor Martin, do you have any questions of Darren?
I have some issues to bring up after public comment also.
Very good. Darren, quick question. On these properties, once they're final, we cannot require the property owners to make these improvements because it's on our side of the line, isn't it?
Correct. This is work in the right of way. So
Yeah.
we would get frontage improvements with a permit.
Okay. All right. Okay, then questions are finished for council at this point. Do we have any public service groups here who would like to address the council?
Dale Gustin on behalf of all the public service groups. I'm ashamed to think of this. We voted in a tax to pay for roads. We should be using that fund, not this one that should be benefiting the nonprofits that really need this money.
Okay. Any other representatives here?
We do have Jana Nichols online asking to speak. She's in the meeting.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jana.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments. A couple of things I'd like to raise. One is I want to thank the council for not only considering this, but from prior experience that and support that we received last year. For me, this is most important in helping you to perhaps understand some of the challenges that we're facing with regard to housing issues here in the county and how we are addressing them with 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. Just to clarify, while we have 5 cities in our name, we actually provide an extensive amount of service to the citizens of Paso Robles. This year to date, 2022 to date, we have assisted 50 families, 48 families actually, 55 children and 63 adults. And we have invested more than $176,000 in housing supports for those. What I think is most important that I'd like you to understand is we have spent roughly $132,000 on homeless prevention activities. So rather than trying to move people into housing, we spend a lot of time trying to keep people housed. And what we're experiencing currently across the county, and Paso Robles is no different, is an exponential increase in requests. You may recall that there were a variety of eviction moratoriums in place early in the year. And so this number does not include any of the activities that the state provided with their California COVID rental relief program. And so I just simply want you to understand some of the challenges that are coming up currently with rental increases, some in cases exponential increases as properties are turned over. We're seeing 87-year-old veteran whose rent went from $1,100 to $2,100. We're seeing a 93-year-old whose rent went from up about $800 per month. And just in general, we're experiencing rental increases of roughly $300 to $500 a month. I see this as an opportunity really to bring this issue to the community and to you. I applaud all of the work that our partners are doing, and I care not to go into the fray of how you might or might not expend your money, but I really simply want to appreciate the opportunity to just share with you that you have families in need in your community. We and our partners are trying to address those needs, and in the post-COVID or inflationary climate that we're in, particularly going into the to the wet period where we see a lot of farm workers and others struggling for lack of work because they are weather dependent. These are significantly difficult times. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your consideration, and more importantly, I appreciate just the opportunity to share with you some of the challenges that that folks are facing on the home in housing and in homelessness here, not only in Paso Robles but across the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your services. Thank you.
Next is Wendy Lewis from ECHO.
Okay, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it in person. I'm not feeling very well, so I didn't want to share that. But I really wanted to share our appreciation for the years of support this funding has been given to ECHO. Even prior to us having a shelter in Paso Robles, the city worked with us to support the services that were extended out of our Atascadero shelter to Paso Robles that would use those services. And now that we've been operating our second shelter in Paso Robles for over 2 years, these funds will really go far to make a big impact, especially with our meal programs that help us connect to the people that we're trying to get comfortable and feel comfortable with accepting services like shelter. So since we've been open there in Paso Robles for over 2 years, just wanted to give you a quick update. Year to date in Paso Robles alone, we've provided almost 27,000 safe nights of stay. That means somebody had a warm, safe place to be, a bed to lay their head on, 27,000 times. We've provided almost 40,000 meals. And that is, again, one of the most important things we do. We provide that basic need to anybody who's hungry, anybody who's unhoused, and start those conversations about how do we work together to get you back into housing. The first component with that is generally our emergency shelter. And then the second piece of that would be our 90-day program, which gives them at least 90 days to work with case managers, work with a case plan, get all the resources that we provide, from financial literacy to job placement and everything it takes to help someone get back into housing. Job placement, we've had almost 30 people this year who have worked with us in Paso Robles alone, who now are employed and working at saving that money they're earning to get back into housing. We've distributed over 3,000 no-cook bags in our outreach program. So those are going out to people who are not coming to the shelter to try to get them in a place where they're working with us. They're now open to coming to the shelter, maybe for our shower program, building that trust, and then getting them into our more intensive programs. We, year to date, have provided over 1,000 showers, which is that, again, a connecting place, a place to get hygiene, a place to get clothing, clean clothing, maybe for a job interview. So just wanted to thank the city of Paso Robles and the council for the support you guys have offered. And just to end on another positive thing, the community is amazing, and we are working hard to fulfill all the wishes for the children staying at the shelters for their holiday wishes. And we have over 42 children that will be getting those wishes filled. And everybody, over 200 people between the two shelters, will be receiving some holiday gift to maybe be the only gift they've received for years. So we can't thank the community enough for stepping up. And thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you, Wendy, and appreciate the work and service that you do for our community. Anyone else online?
Next up is Donna Fioravanti.
Donna, welcome. You're on mute, I believe.
I'm with Community Action Partnership, CAPSLO. I'm here tonight representing our Adult Day Center program, and I just want to say CAPSLO, of course, is well acquainted with all the other organizations here tonight and the work they're doing in the community for the homeless, and all of these organizations deserve to be funded. For the Adult Day Center, I just want to say that we are the only adult daycare in the county for low-income seniors, providing a vital service for not only these seniors with dementia and Alzheimer's, but for the families who are struggling to care for them, usually also low income. The Adult Day Center allows those caregivers oftentimes to go to work. They're taking care of their parents, sometimes their children as well. We provide a vital service, and I just urge you to see it in your hearts to fund these vital organizations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Next is Rick Gelino.
Rick, welcome.
Thank you, Council. Really appreciate your consideration for our grant application. Rick Gelino with People's Self-Help Housing, and our application is to support our supportive housing program, which is a clinical case management program, which is cost-free and confidential to our residents. We have bilingual social workers that work on our properties to help our low-income, vulnerable residents stabilize in their housing. So our main focus is to keep our low-income residents housed and keep them from falling out of housing and into homelessness. In Paso Robles, currently People's Self-Help Housing has 197 units, and 110 of those households are currently using these services to stabilize their housing. 69 of these units are senior disabled units, and all of those residents have participated in one way or another in the program this year. So we're asking for $11,000, which is about 15% shortfall that we have in our current budget for these supportive services. And we just hope that we can continue to provide these services on the level we are. 98% of the residents we work with were able to stabilize and keep housed. So again, that's just the main function of our program, is to do whatever we can to keep our residents in housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Amara Witten. Amara, you can go ahead with your comment.
Hi, this is Mara Witten. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members and staff. My name is Mara Witten, and I am the manager of the Capslo Adult Day Center. And as Donna had mentioned earlier, we're located at 1345 Oak Street in Paso Robles. And she also had mentioned we are the only adult day center in San Luis Obispo County, and we have been providing services to low-income seniors since 2004, as well as their family members, and also to veterans. Our program enables clients to remain in their homes and prevents premature placement. It also helps families to continue working. If not for our program, many of our families, our clients' families, would be forced to quit their jobs and place their loved ones in a care facility. So on behalf of our clients, their family members, our staff, I ask that you consider funding our program and support residents in Paso Robles. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your service. And Melissa, do we have any others?
I have no other callers online.
Okay. So I'll go ahead then and bring it back to anyone in the public that wish to address the council. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Linda George. I live at 3126 Spring Street, number 6. And I spent a lot of time in my career working with the homeless. What I wanted to bring to the attention is that in November, Gavin Newsom pulled all the funding. I guess some of the cities and counties had applied for grants. And he found that the majority of the local municipalities didn't have a great plan. So I don't know if this county or this city actually applied for that money that he was giving out, but he's supposed to meet with the counties to try to get that, back into. So have we, the city or the county, applied for that money?
We can get that answer if we can here.
And then the other thing is, my concern about the homeless is that, I don't know if you're aware, but in Sacramento and San Francisco and Oakland, it's getting so bad that people can't walk down the street. There was a recent incident where somebody had just retired from the state. He decided to go for a motorbike ride, and he was hit in the back of the head with a machete from a homeless person that was in the park, and he died. And it sounds horrible, but these are the kinds of stories that I see every day. San Francisco, they're on the street doing drugs. I say that to preface the fact that we're going into a $25 billion deficit with the state. So I don't even know if these, I want to echo what they're saying. They need every penny they can get, because on top of it, they just closed 2 prisons, and Gavin's on schedule with Phil Ting, the budget chair, just announced a couple months ago they're going to close 3 more prisons. Tracy, Chachala, or something like that. So my concern, I was born and raised in the Bay Area, but I'm watching both sides being in the middle of the state. And I am seeing the homeless and the riffraff, for lack of a better word, the criminals that are taking people's catalytic converters. They're coming in from the back. Fresno, I'm sure we're going to see some crime come this way. So my concern is that if we don't give these homeless organizations every penny that they need, with a $25 billion deficit and all these prisoners coming out of jail, where are they going to go? We have an outrageous problem in Sacramento, San Francisco, Oakland. People are dealing fentanyl straight on the streets. They are literally getting DoorDash, the dealers, as they're selling. So I am concerned because I know that the Echo Housing, the Motel 6 shelter has come along really well. But if we don't put every single penny into these programs, then what happens if we don't get the grant money? What happens if we are in a $25 billion deficit and we don't get the money that we typically get from the state? I don't know totally how that works here, but I just wanted to put those 2 cents in, because if we're going to get more prisoners out, they're redistricting even, men's colony. I mean, some of the worst of the forensics. The other point is, I read an article, and I don't know if this is true, but Gavin Newsom has 6 to 7 different state properties that he wants to convert into housing, okay? That's over here by Ash. And I don't know how that's going to even happen, because if we approve those types of projects and we welcome more homeless people, and it's not just our Californians, it's people from all over the nation that are here. So what impact is that going to have in this city? And then being comprised of small businesses, it's going to be really hard, because a lot of these small business owners don't have the wherewithal to be able to police their own businesses. And that's what's happening in LA.
Question of the grant funds that you mentioned a minute ago. Where was that from, you said?
The property?
Yes.
If I remember reading, it's a Tuscadero is one of the state properties.
No, in the beginning.
Yeah. I forgot where he got the grant money from. I will get it to you. I'll write it down.
Yeah, we'll ask staff to research that.
But that's my concern, because I think that we've been very fortunate. A lot of people don't agree with me. I think we've been very fortunate in this county, because Dan Dow does an excellent job at prosecuting, which doesn't happen in the Bay Area, the greater Bay Area counties. And so if we get inundated with a lot of people that are from different counties, cities, because there's nowhere to go. They're coming down the train line. In the Bay Area, they are purposely putting all the low-income housing along the BART line. So those are the kinds of things that I get concerned about, because we're really fortunate. We don't have people just sitting on our streets and literally doing drugs. I've seen countless overdoses on fentanyl. And I would encourage everybody, as silly as this sounds, try to invest in some Narcan. I think we're going to get to that time in our state, until Gavin's gone, that we're going to possibly have to save somebody ourselves one day. And I carry 2 around. I fortunately have never had to use them, but I just think it's important that we all be equipped.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Anyone else addressing the public? Yeah. Welcome.
Monty Jones didn't come here to talk about this today, but it's important because I brought the council the attention of the cost of building market rate, minimum standard housing. So I appreciate the 5 cities homeless and trying to keep people in their homes. I think that's incredibly important. So I'm just wondering if the council will talk about in Crow about the 200-unit luxury apartment building, $2,000, 800 square foot, like they've told me before. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Then we'll
Clarify, that was HHAP, Brent.
HHP.
HAAP.
HAAP. Staff will be looking into that for any consideration for the city. Okay, let's bring it back then to the council. I'd like to begin then with Mayor Martin and then Councilman Gregory.
Thank you. Yeah, so several points I'd like to make and then a suggestion. We've had some conversation earlier this evening questioning, what the status of our own homeless strategy is, and that's far from being complete at this point. We're going to continue working on that in the new year. And we need to, as we look forward, make sure that our city plans and the plans of the organizations that we're talking to tonight are convergent with the county's grand master plan of reducing homelessness by 50% over 5 years. So the third thing is we have many groups doing many good things. And I know that one of the points of discussion that we've had in the past as a council is trying to remove any areas of duplicated services. So as we look at where we spend any money, not just this one source of money, this is just one source of the funds that we have that we can potentially spend on homelessness, that we get the biggest bang for our buck, both for the people that need those services and for the people that live in our community. And I would remind the council that one organization here we've already pledged more than $400,000 in general funds to. That's the ECHO organization. So we're in kind of a different situation now than we were before the pandemic and other developments, when every year we would take this SBGD funds and split them up, and we'd send an amount similar to what's being requested tonight to the ECHO operation in Atascadero, because they did serve certain numbers of the people in Paso Robles. But now we do have the Project Home Key. We have and will continue to invest a much larger sum of money in that. So potentially, I think that's an opportunity for us to start looking at how we might refocus our ideas. I am fully in support of using this source of funds, and again, it's just one source of funds, to help our public service agencies. And I think that we need to adjust some of the totals on the list here to meet the $34,000 limitation that we have. And when it's appropriate, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd be happy to make my suggestions on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Steve Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hammond. Yeah, I'd like to, first of all, thank all of these agencies. Every one of these agencies is very deserving. But I really want to echo what Mayor Martin just stated. And there's two programs on here that have been here for many years. And I think the ECHO request speaks for itself. They're in our community. We're working hand in hand with them. And we're going to need to focus on them extremely well and keep them funded as much as we can. They've been there for us. The community's getting behind them. They're making a difference. We're working with the police department. It's really coming together well. It's very important we keep them funded. And then the Senior Day Program is another one that has just been amazing. It's been there since the early 2000s. It's the only senior daycare program in the county, helping veterans and seniors who need that help. And as a council, I think it's really important for us to focus very clearly on getting the most bang for the buck. And I don't want to be negative about any program, but the 5 City Homeless Coalition, they are very well funded. They've helped us a lot. But this is the second time they've actually been in this activity, and it's really depleting the funds that need to go to our community in our town. And I highly recommend that we recommended the staff to focus on ECHO, our Senior Day Program Center, and the balance of the funding going to the People's Self-Help. And no offense to the 5 Cities Homeless, they do a wonderful job. but we need to focus on our town. And I too would, I'm ready to make a motion as well, or listen to Mayor Martin. So that's my 2 cents worth. And then one question of staff, we need to make a motion just to bring this back as an entire project. Is that correct?
Steve, there'll be several motions here. This is just a draft form. We'll be seeing this again back in February, I believe.
So yeah. I believe what they're asking for is direction on the public application summary of public services, and then just a general motion to finish the draft in March for the total of $197,000. Is that correct?
So just for clarification, there's 3 actions we need tonight.
All right.
The first is some direction from the council on how you want to spend the money. Do you want it all to go to the public works project, some to the public services, and how you might divide that up? That way staff can complete the plan. The second item that we need direction on is we need approval of the CEQA determination. And then the third item is to set the date for the hearing, which was March 7th, I believe.
Okay.
So, John, this is Steve again. Elizabeth, as I understand what you just said, we do not have to address the actual prioritization of funds tonight. We would do that at the next hearing.
I'll defer to Darren, but I think you need that direction tonight so you can submit the completed plan with the city's preferred disbursement of the funds to the county so the county can approve it, and then that'll come back to you on March 7th.
But the prioritization as far as how we would split up the public service portion of the funds, does that have to be set tonight?
Darren.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're looking for some, the discussion by the council of how to distribute those funds, and then we'll bring it back for final action in the March, but we would like to get some direction tonight on that.
So I think the question is, Darren, they just need to decide if they want the 15% to go to the public services. They don't need to decide how that money's being divvied up tonight.
We would like to.
But you want some direction.
We would also like to get some direction so that we can bring back the proper staff report with that information in March.
But Darren, at the end, in March 7, we still have the option to maneuver if we need to.
You can still do things in March. Right. That's the final.
Yep.
But I think what we're looking for, hey, we reviewed the applications. We want to spend it on the 15% for public services. And the main thing is, I have a hard time coming back with a staff report when I have applications asking for 55,000. We only have 34.
Right.
So I'd like to get clarification on how you would like staff to come back with that 34,000 in March.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I could then, I would suggest, since this does not appear as an action item, the prioritization does not appear as an action item, that we do a straw poll to give staff direction on how to prepare the next report, because there may be people out there that would have weighed in on the prioritization had it actually been on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We also haven't heard from Councilman Bosch or Strong as well. So let's start with Fred, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, please, if I may, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, this is a CDBG. That's the Community Development Block Grant Program. It's a federal money, and it comes to us every year. And the amount that we have here isn't even certain yet, not until the budget is actually enacted by Congress. But we're pretty sure it's going to be very close to this or this, are we not?
Yeah, in the springtime, when the funds come down from the federal government, it may change a little bit, but it's generally around this amount.
This is pretty much close to it. Actually, we have other means and other money available to do the project that we have listed at 181. We could drop it down to the 147, 546 without any problem. And we still have other money in general fund. And actually, because these are improvements to a street, and a street that has heavy commercial interest and also interest to our transients or our visitors because of the fairgrounds. I mean, this is a main street to the fairgrounds with lots of activities there that we could use some of the money from our hoteliers, possibly. Some money we just increased at the last election. So that's a possibility to augment this, one possibility. There are others. So if we go back to the money that's allocated for public services, we have money in the general fund and other funds for homeless. Two of these organizations deal specifically with homeless people, and that's ECHO and Five Cities Homeless Coalition. Five Cities Homeless Coalition concentrates significantly on keeping people in their homes, not becoming homeless, whereas ECHO concentrates primarily on people already homeless, where there are other funding opportunities rather than this. So from my point of view, the two that have no other outside help that we have thus far are People Self-Help and CAPSLO. And those, I think, should be fully funded at what they're asking for. I can see we give almost $500,000 to ECHO now in other programs. So I think they could probably do without this little bit of few $1,000s. And we could possibly reduce 5 cities by the balance. So taking them down to 8,359 and then fully funding the other two. And that's my viewpoint from where the money's coming from, what other monies are available, and where we get the biggest bang for the buck out of this rare once a year funding from the federal government. And that's just my point of view.
Okay, copy that.
Thank you.
Councilman Belsch.
Thank you. Let me ask a Ricky question or observation. So we have 147,546 under staff recommendation. The total request is for $55,408. Is there any mechanism to reduce the sidewalk and ramp infill by a corresponding amount to fully fund the 55,000 request?
No, because the guidelines indicate that only 15%, the 34,000 is the max that can be spent on that grant amount. We can't reduce the sidewalk project and fund the 55. That's not possible. What is possible, because this is, again, a community development block grant. These were initially intended for to improve blight areas, to improve the community area, is we could put the total 80% towards the sidewalk project, but we can't take from that to increase the 34 for the public services.
That's unfortunate. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I was looking for, Darren, and my question was how we funded last year. In other words, do you have that by any chance, the values that and who we funded last year in this CDBG?
If I recall, it was similar to the 4 we see again this year. We did reduce, it wasn't as much of a difference between what we could give them and what was asked for.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we did reduce the equal amongst them, if I recall, to get down to that. So we did reduce the amount from what was applied for, and I think it was pretty even amongst the applicants last year.
Yeah, my thoughts, again, it's important to fund, if we can, as much as we can for these services that are rendered to the cities of Paso Robles. So it's always difficult. This is very difficult to do, obviously, but the delta here looks like about 19,000 or so, somewhere in there, spread across all the asks that were given to the city. There might be a possibility that between here and March, we might be able to find ways that we might be able to fund that deficit for these groups. And I think that would be the chore that I'd like to ask staff to do. With regard to further comment and action, again, I think it's pretty clear. I personally support the way it's set up here in option 1. And do we have, first off, again, we were talking about maybe a straw vote. Mayor Martin, if you want to chime in again and see how we might want to divvy up that 34,000. If I think Darren is asking and looking for a little more solid direction on our thoughts here tonight, but why don't you, if you'd like to run that straw vote for us?
Sure. Thank you for that opportunity. I just have, and I've had a lot of the same thoughts that our other council people had about the relative importance and applicability of these funds and services in our area. if we're going to stay within that 34,000 boundary, there's obviously going to have to be some adjustments. I have a first cut at what those adjustments might look like. No harm, no foul. If people disagree with me, but we need to get started somewhere. If we were to divide those funds among the organizations in front of us in this fashion, I think we'd meet the $34,000 limit. For people self-help housing, $9,000. For ECHO, $5,000. CAPSLO, $14,000, and 5 cities, $6,000. That should come up to about $34,000. A couple of the organizations get a piece of what they ask for, but I think it's important to fund CAPSLO and, as Councilman Gregory said, continue to fund ECHO, although we've made a very substantial commitment to them out of other funds at this point. So I think their need for these funds is probably not as great. And that would be my starting point for discussion.
To be clear on ECHO, we gave them, I think it was $420,000 over a 2-year period, basically.
Correct.
And they have to meet certain schedules and requirements and reports to be able to be funded each month. Is that the way it's set?
Yeah, we'll be dispersing those funds quarterly, and they have quarterly reports that they'll bring before council in order to receive funding. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I do have last year's funding amounts for these groups if you're interested.
I'd appreciate that myself, yes.
You bet. So last year, that was the same organizations. People Self-Help Housing was awarded $8,518. 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, $3,500. El Camino Homeless Organization was $10,929, and CAPSLO was given $12,328.
Did we not have 5 cities in there?
5 Cities was in there. They got $3,500.
35, okay, yeah.
Mr. Pro Tem, can we have the mayor repeat the numbers again? Just, we have a spreadsheet here we're trying to run.
Oh, yes.
How much was People Self-Help?
People Self-Help, $9,000.
Okay.
ECHO, $5,000. CAPSLO, $14,000. 5 Cities, $6,000.
Okay, very good.
So, John, Steve Gregory here.
Yes, Steve.
So, if you take a look at what we did last year, I'll be okay with what we did last year because it takes care of CAPSLO, who's the senior program. I know that we're giving money to ECHO, but the idea is to fund ECHO so they're successful. So I think we keep them at 10. The 8,600 almost makes People Self-Help Housing whole, and we still give some funding to 5 City Homeless. They have the ability to also raise money pretty well at 5 Cities Homeless, and I know they're doing a great job. But I like taking care of who's here, and that kind of follows the way we've spent this money over the last 10 years. Is homeless for ECHO, the adult care center, the supportive housing program, which keeps people in their homes, and then the balance we give to the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. And I like what we did last year. I think we should do the same this year. That's my opinion.
Okay. Fred, question?
You know, well, I'd just like to make a comment. It's very interesting that I think all of us are thinking along the same lines. We have nickel and dime differences on each organization, but at least of a mind, we're pretty much the same. It's almost like a straw vote in our comments. And I think that this gives staff some pretty good direction.
So what we see on the screen, I'm assuming Martin and Gregory can see it as well. Is everyone pretty comfortable with what we see here in front?
I am.
I'm not comfortable with the homeless ECHO being so low.
Okay. Steve, you'd like to have more on ECHO?
Yeah. Well, if we just take what we did last year and do the percentages right down the row, it would work. The ones that we just got, 3,500 for 5 Cities Homeless, we're giving them something. 8,600 for the People Self-Help, which is the 9,000 is close to, and then 10,900 for ECHO, and then 12,000 for the senior daycare program.
Can we put that up on the screen there, Warren, by any chance, to show Councilman Gregory's request? I'm not quite sure how.
Yeah, let me try that real quick.
We just add it as a column to that?
Yeah.
That same slide.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Just insert a column.
Yeah, right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, can you run through those again, Councilman Gregory?
Sure, 8610 for people self-housing. 10,929 for Echo. 12,328 for the senior day program. And then $3,560, I think, for the 5 cities homeless.
And those are fairly close to what we did before, Ty, last year.
Is that total 34?
That still adds up roughly to that 34,000 warrant.
1,200.
Yeah, ignore that. That's going back to this cell, I believe.
I see.
So look at this number down here. I think we're over by $1,218.
We have extra 1218.
Over.
We're
over.
You're over.
over by 1,218.
Okay.
I prefer the mayor's personally.
I agree.
Yeah, I think to differ from Gregory there, I think, again, especially with Echo, myself, we've made a huge commitment right now to support that organization. And there's so much good for these other ones, too. And it's certainly not enough funding ever. But I kind of would tend to go along with Mayor Martin's layout. And as far as a start, and again, this is not going to be cast in concrete, but it's a start for staff to kind of lay things out. Any other comments on that?
No, I think we got about 4-1.
Okay. Steve, Gregory, any further comment, though?
4-1, what can I say?
Yeah, I know. Well, okay. Then that's kind of the way we're going to put it out there to begin with on a draft. Mayor Martin, would you like to make a motion?
Certainly. The first motion would be to direct the applications to be listed in draft one-year action plan as being recommended for funding. Those were indicated in the staff report. Sidewalk and ramp infill, Riverside Avenue 147-546. We've indicated which of the 4 public service applications will be in the draft consolidated plan using the 15% for public service, an administration figure of $15,889 for a total of $197,484.
Okay, so I think legal counsel is looking for the 1 through 3 to be read off. And again, we're still landing on that 34,000, and again, that's our direction. But to be the segmentation of that is going to be.
We're going to make it all in one motion. Fine.
I think.
Okay. So then, secondly, I'm sorry.
You could do it either way. So I think we've given direction to staff, which they disappeared, which covered number 1, and then we just need the CEQA finding and setting the public hearing date. Oh, there it's back.
So I can roll that into one motion.
Sure.
Okay, so point number 2 is we find the draft annual action plan exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to state guidelines section 1560, 15378, as it does not constitute a project under CEQA because it can be seen with certainty that there is no potential the action will result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. Point number 3, set the regular council meeting on Tuesday, March the 7th, as the date for the public hearing for 2023 CDBG allocations.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Martin, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye. Okay, so staff, you have your direction
Motion
then?
carries unanimously.
Yes. Direction to move on to March 7th then. Thank you. All right, then we'll move on to item 18, public hearing considering the purchase acquisition agreement between the city of Paso Robles and the state of California. And this would be a staff report by Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I'm going to have our city attorney, Ms. Hall, to review the actions tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So we're back. The purchase and sale agreement for the Pioneer Park property. This has been before you a number of times over the past 6 to 8 months or so. Tonight we are before you with the actual agreement. So a few weeks ago you met, you declared your intent to sell the land. We have finished negotiations with the state. You have before you an agreement that is in substantially final form. Any changes that would be made are non-substantive, but there's some cleanup items that we need to fix up. This agreement is before you, and it does a number of things. So it will sell the land to the state, eventually ending up in the fair's control. They have a complicated system, but it's going to go through the Department of Public Works, get approved there, and it will be available for the Mid-State Fair for use. The agreement sells the land for about $800,000, which was the same amount that we agreed on originally. All of the deal terms have stayed the same as when you agreed to them in 2015, 2016 timeframe. They've been reworded a little bit, but the bulk of it it's basically the exact same deal. The fair will be limited to using the property for fair purposes. If they fail to do that, you have the ability to get the property back. They do not have the ability to sell the property without giving you first the right to take it back. The ball fields will remain in place for 3 years, which was the same deal you had originally negotiated. And what other key terms were there? They've agreed to release the city from all liability. So they are taking the property as is. So if they discover something on the property after it's sold to them, that's their responsibility, not ours to clean up.
If for some reason the city were to bring it back, how would the cost of that be derived at that point? Is there anything in writing how we would come to an agreement on the value?
We get the property back for the $800,000 that we sold it.
Same value?
Yes, same value.
I see. Very good. Is that your report?
That's it, unless there's any questions. I think we've been over it a number of times. Oh, just follow up, the Surplus Land Act. You did declare it surplus previously. We submitted that to the state, and on the 6th of December, we received approval from the state of the Surplus Land Act sale being exempt.
And for the public's edification on that, can you explain the Surplus Land Act? I mean, that is important. I think everybody understands what we are under here.
Oh, if only I could understand the Surplus Land Act.
In 15 words or less.
Yeah.
Surplus Land Act came into law in the 1960s. It was originally intended to generate land for park and recreation uses. Since that time, it has been expanded to focus on affordable housing and making sure that land that is not being used for government purposes is made available to affordable housing developers. When we originally entered into this transaction back in 2015, 2016, this type of sale was not covered by the Surplus Land Act. In 2019, the state legislature expanded the Surplus Land Act once again to include every property just about that is sold by a state agency or a city or a local government. So because of the delay in the time frame from when we approved it originally until today, we had to go back, declare it surplus, get the state to approve the Surplus Land Act determination that it was exempt, and then we could go forward with the sale.
Yeah. Okay. Again, it's been a long road, and I think we started this 7 years ago. So, okay. Any other questions for staff?
No.
Mayor Martin, Steve Gregory?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay, Steve. Then we'll go ahead and bring it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address the council?
So we need to open the public hearing officially.
Oh.
It's a public hearing item. So we need to open the public hearing and then take any comments or protests, and then we can close the public hearing and go forward from there.
I'm not quite understanding what you're saying there.
Previous page.
Previous page.
We need to have a public hearing.
Just means you have to say we declare the public hearing open.
Okay, we're going to declare a public hearing on this item 18. And then we can go ahead and ask for
Open
comment.
that public hearing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dale.
Good evening, Dale Guston. 5 years has been a really long time period for this to come to fruition. I'm glad it is. And this is it's not a guarantee, but it certainly is going to go a long way to making sure we keep the Mid-State Fair in Paso Robles. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay. So then bring it back to council for any further discussion. And then the recommendation then, Elizabeth, is to take a vote on this, obviously.
Yes, so your recommendation's a little confusing. If there were any protest to the sale, if someone had come in and filed a lodged protest, you would have had to overrule that. That didn't happen. So at this point, you would just close the public hearing, and then we would be looking for a motion to adopt the resolution approving the purchase agreement, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to effectuate the sale, and finding that the action is exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15301.
You pretty much read the whole thing there. Yeah, so we will close the public hearing, and then we need an action then.
So I will move to approve and adopt Resolution 22XXX, approving the purchase acquisition agreement, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to effectuate the transaction, and finding that this action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15301.
Second.
I think I heard Councilman Gregory. Did you have a second on that, I think?
Yeah, I had a first and a second.
That's what I thought you were trying to do there. Okay. So, okay, we have a first for Councilman Bausch and second by Councilman Gregory. Any other further discussion? No? Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye. And we are done. Congratulations. All right, moving on to 19, public hearing for adoption of new water rates. Ty, will that be, or Christopher? Who's going to handle that one?
Yes, we'll have Mr. Aluck come on up and deliver his staff report.
Ms. Boyer? I believe Lupe Carruth is in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Tonight, we're going to be discussing water rates. Kirk Gonzalez, our water utility manager, will be presenting this item along with Alex Handlers from Bartle Wells. We'll all be available after to answer any questions that you may have. But for Kirk, would you go ahead if you have any questions?
Thank you, Christopher. Kirk Gonzalez, Water Resources Manager for the City of Paso Robles. I'm glad to be here this evening. I would defer to our legal counsel. I think there was going to be a little bit of process and education on the 218 process on this.
Thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda is the public hearing on the proposed adjustments to the water rates, with proposed increases set to commence on April 1st, 2023. Before the public hearing, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background and sort of set the table. So the public hearing was set in compliance with Proposition 218. The city mailed a notice of this public hearing to the record owners of the property, subject to the imposition of the proposed water rates, and to tenants directly liable for the payment of such rates. These would be customers of record who are not the property owners. The date and time of this public hearing is not less than 45 days after the city mailed the water rate increase public hearing notices. The purpose of the public hearing is for the City Council to hear all oral testimony and consider all written protests concerning the proposed water rate increases. It is also held to determine whether there is a majority protest to the proposed water rates and whether to proceed with the adoption of the proposed water rates. Property owners and tenants are not required to provide oral testimony at today's hearing. If you wish, you may simply submit a written protest directly to the city clerk indicating your opposition to the proposed water rate increases. However, if you wish your protest to be counted, you must submit a written protest prior to the close of the public hearing tonight. Written protests may be submitted during the hearing by delivering the written protest to the city clerk prior to the close of the public comment portion of the public hearing. All valid protests submitted to the city by mail and received by the city since the notice of the public hearing was sent out will also be counted. The public hearing will be closed after the City Council has heard and considered all oral testimony on this item. Oral comments do not qualify as written protest. In order to be counted, the protest must be in writing, state it is in opposition to the water rate increases, include the location of the identified parcel by the address or assignee's assessor's parcel number, and include the name and signature of the person submitting the written protest. Any protest submitted by email or other electronic means will not be accepted as a formal written protest. If written protests against the proposed water rate increases are presented by a majority of the owners of the identified parcels upon which the charges are to be imposed, or tenants directly liable for the payment of the charges, the City Council may not impose the water rate increases. If there is no majority protest of the proposed rates, the City Council may impose the water rate increases. Pursuant to state law governing Proposition 218, in determining whether a majority protest exists, only one written protest per parcel may be counted.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. So we will then begin a public hearing, and it'll be handled in the following manner. City staff will then first provide presentation explaining the proposed water rate increase. Bring it back then after either finished, council members will have an opportunity to clarify any questions. The City Council will open a public hearing for any person wishing to speak on this item. After public testimony had been heard, the City Council will close the public hearing, and if needed, a short recess to determine the majority protest of the proposed water rate increase has been received by City Clerk. Only those written protests submitted in proper manner prior to the close of public hearing will be counted. If you wish to speak on this item, you will be given a maximum of 3 minutes so we can keep our comments brief and hear all that want to speak on this item. City Clerk will be keeping time and be notified when your time is allowed. To facilitate the discussion, any questions from the speaker will be answered after the public hearing is completed. We will now provide with a brief presentation from staff on the water rates, and then a public hearing will begin.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks again, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond. Again, Kirk Gonzalez, the city's water resources manager, pleased to be with you this evening. On October 18th, the City Council, at the City Council meeting, you formally received a recently completed water rate study. You considered the findings of the water rate study and the recommendations for adjustments to our water rates, and City Council directed our staff to move forward with the Proposition 218 process that's necessary for adjusting water rates, as was described by our legal counsel just a moment ago. As it's now been a couple months since that presentation, I've asked our water rate consultant, Alex Handlers with Bartle Wells, to again provide a presentation for the benefit of staff, our City Council, and meeting attendees here this evening. And we'd like to just again recap the key findings of that study and cover what's included or proposed with the water rates. Before Alex provides that presentation, I'd like to again remind the meeting attendees here and listeners that we may have that the water rate study and the adjustments to our water rates that we're discussing tonight pertain to the city's water fund only. So that's a financially independent enterprise within the city, and it's separate and distinct from our general fund and our wastewater fund. The water fund's responsible for operating and maintaining, as well as renewing our water system infrastructure. And we do that so we could continue to safely and reliably provide potable water to our customers. We're also responsible for regulatory compliance, providing customer assistance, utilities billing, and those sorts of administrative functions, and also meeting our debt obligations associated with our major infrastructure projects that we've completed over the past several years. We do not profit from the water sales, and all revenue that's generated by the fund goes back to providing water service and those supporting functions. The water fund's primary source of revenue is from water rates, so as you can imagine, it's critical that we maintain those rates at sufficient levels so that we could continue these critical department activities and operations. Our recommended rate adjustments before council this evening are designed to achieve a modest increase in water rate revenue of 5% annually for each of the next 5 years. And these increases are necessary to sufficiently generate revenue to cover our forecasted expenses, including inflation costs. Also, because the majority of our water fund expenses are fixed and do not decrease with reductions in water use, our proposed rates would modify the fixed component of our water rates to greatly improve revenue stability, which is especially important during times of mandatory cutbacks and restrictions in our water use. This will also bring our rates more in line with the cost of providing service and industry norms and guidance. Finally, the proposed water rate adjustments would occur gradually over the next 5 years, and the water fund will rely on the water fund's reserves, or a portion of them, so that we can make this transition more gradual for our customers. We're really trying to balance the needs of increasing our water rate revenue while minimizing the impacts to our customers. So I'll now turn it over to Alex Handlers with Bartle Wells to provide an overview of the rate study and cover its key findings and the recommended rates. And then afterward, I'll just have a quick recap on the written protests that we've received thus far.
Thank you, Kurt. Welcome, Mr. Handler.
Thank you, and nice to see everyone again. And I've got a presentation. I'm going to try to walk through it pretty quickly, so if I skip over anything too quickly, don't hesitate to interrupt me. But basically, I'm going to walk through the findings and recommendations. As Kirk just mentioned, this is a self-supporting enterprise, your water fund, so the rates have got to be adequate to underlie everything you need to do to provide safe and reliable service. You've got over 10,000 accounts, mostly residential. You've got a tremendous amount of infrastructure out there, over 175 miles of pipelines, reservoirs, wells, et cetera, that need to be maintained. Many of these facilities are aging and in need of repair and replacement in near term and long term. And in terms of water supply, historically the community has been served by groundwater, but I think a great accomplishment of the city in recent years was completing the Nacimiento Water Project to have a more reliable supply to meet the city's needs now and into the future. In terms of the rates, when I look at what the city's done over the last decade or so, I see strong financial management. You've been raising rates most years to fund your needs. The last rate increases were, back in 2017. They ended in 2021, so there was no rate increase in 2022, and now we're kind of going through the process again. In terms of the water rate structure, there's a $10 fixed charge that everyone pays regardless of use. It's one of the lowest charges in the region, and every customer pays that same $10 regardless of whether it's a single-family home or a large commercial account. And then you also have a usage charge for, based on the metered consumption each month. That charge is $6.56 per 100 cubic feet. And as I've mentioned, not many people think in terms of 100 cubic feet, which is about 750 gallons. So it works out to be about 88 cents per 100 gallons, or a little less than 1 penny per gallon, the current rate for the usage. And when we look at your rates, as has been mentioned, it's a very low level of fixed rate recovery. It's below industry norms, and it leaves you more vulnerable than you would be if you had fixed charges that were more in the normal range. In terms of your overall bills, you're kind of right in the lower middle range compared to other regional agencies. I've got a few surveys here I'll kind of whip through quickly. The first one's for a low-use customer. About 25% of your bills use 5 units per month or less. You've got a lot of folks who use less in the winter and more in the summer, so this is just a bill. A lot of people, might hit a few of these different rate surveys depending on what they're using different times of the year. But so you can see a low-use customer, low-use bill is kind of in the lower middle range there. And I'll also point out that the chart has 2 colors on it of those bars. The dark section at the bottom is the fixed charge, and the lighter section at the top is the volumetric charge. So you can see the components of the bill. Here's a typical customer using 10 units per month. That's about 250 gallons per day. Again, in the lower middle range. Here's a higher use customer. Probably some folks in the summer are at or above this level, and you're right in the middle of the pack. And what I wanted to point out also, this chart here just breaks out the fixed charge only, separate from the usage charges. And you can see your fixed charge of $10 per month is well below the kind of the regional norms, where the median's over $30 per month. What we did for our rate study, kind of 2 components. We developed the financial projections to evaluate the funding needs and evaluate rate increases. And we also look at the rate structure and make recommendations so that the rates will, reasonably reflect cost of service and comply with all the legal requirements. And our basic finding is that thanks to the financial stewardship that the city's done in the past, your water fund is in good shape, but you are facing ongoing financial challenges that will require rate increases in upcoming years. And what are those challenges? A main one is the capital improvements. You've got a lot of old facilities. You recently completed a water master plan. It's identified over 20 million of projects over the next 5 years alone to really address the near-term deficiencies and support safe and reliable service. I'll add that in all the projections we're doing, none of the ratepayer dollars are funding anything that benefits growth. New development funds its own way. But you've got a lot of capital needs that need to be addressed. On top of that, there's some new debt service related to the San Antonio Dam spillway repair. You've got some additional staffing needs, not just for operations, but there's new regulatory requirements, monitoring, and compliance that you're going to have to stay on top of. And even though city staff might like to have all those positions today, for trying to keep the costs phased in over time, it's 5 positions, and they're now phased in over 10 years in the projections that were put together. And also, just like all the consumers out there, your water utility is facing cost inflation. So you got to keep up even small rate increases each year just to tread water if nothing else was even needed. So as was mentioned, we put together these projections. We're recommending a series of 5% overall annual rate increases phased in over the next 5 years. These are overall rate increases. The actual bills may vary a little bit in terms of their percentages because of the recommended changes to the rate structure. This table here just shows kind of graphically, the bars show the different expenses, and the red line shows the revenues. And you can see that in the first few years, the expenditures exceed the revenues, and that's what Kirk just mentioned. You're going to be drawing down some fund reserves to help fund the capital needs in the near term while the rates are being phased in as gradually as possible. And the goal is, these 5% rate increases will support balanced budgets after 5 years. So in addition to the increases, what are the rate structure modifications being recommended? One is a phase-in of the fixed monthly charges from the current level of $10 to $25 per month, phased in over 5 years to bring you up to kind of the lower end of industry standards, which equates to about 20% fixed revenue recovery. And this is still going to be one of the lowest fixed charges in the region. We're also recommending changing your, right now everyone pays the same $10 charge. We're recommending that those fixed charges be based on water meter size. So customers that put more demand on the system with a larger meter pay a higher charge in line with the higher capacity of those meter sizes. And that's how most agencies in California do it. And also the minor thing is there's new plumbing code requirements, not so new, but in the last decade, I'll say, that require when there's a new single-family home or there's a major renovation, folks have to put in fire sprinklers, and it requires a meter upsizing to a 1-inch meter. Meanwhile, that same home has the same underlying demand as the historical customers who have 3/4-inch meters. So to keep it fair, the 1-inch single-family residential meters are being charged the same rate as the other 3/4-inch single-family homes for consistency. This next charge shows the phase-in of the fixed charge going from $10 to $25 over the next 5 years and how that compares with the other agencies' current fixed charges. We know that a lot of these other agencies have already adopted multi-year rate increases or are facing the need for rate increases. So again, your fixed charges are going to stay at the lower end. And this table shows the detail of the rates. This was mailed out in the Prop 218 notice that was sent to all the property owners as well as the customers of record if they had a different address. And again, you can see the fixed charges phase in for each meter size on the top half of this chart. On the bottom half, it shows the usage charges. Because there's a little more increase on the fixed side, There's a little less on the usage side. So those usage charges phase in from 656 for 750 gallons to 668 and so on. And again, further below there in blue for informational purposes, I'm just showing what that translates to per 100 gallons with the fixed charge, with the quantity charges going from the equivalent of 88 cents per 100 gallons over 5 years to 98 cents per 100 gallons. So it's a 10-cent increase per 100 gallons. And even at the end of all this, the quantity charge is less than a penny per gallon. This chart just shows some sample billing impacts. The top section shows, most of your residential customers, and what's highlighted in yellow there is like the typical single-family home and what would happen with their bill over the next 5 years. And then finally, showing those rate surveys again with the first rate increase, which is scheduled to go into effect April of 2023, and with a low customer, moderate typical customer and higher use customer. And again, other agencies are raising rates too, so we think you're going to be staying right in the middle of the pack in future years. The rates are up, this is the end of the process tonight. You've already kind of gone through the whole Prop 218. You're just, finishing that off tonight. As Kurt mentioned, just to remind everyone, this is a standalone enterprise. Every cent that comes into it from these rates is used on water, operating, and capital needs only. As proposed, the first increase, just due to timing, won't go into effect till April 1st of this year. But in future years, the plan is to get back to that January 1st schedule when water use is low. And just to wrap it up, we know nobody likes rate increases, but they really are the underpinning of the financial stewardship that supports safe and reliable service now and into the future. And with these proposed rate increases, yes, there are increases in the fixed charges, but they're going to remain among the lowest in the region. Your water usage charges are going to remain a little below 1 penny per gallon after the rate increases are fully phased in. And your charges for residential customers are going to remain right in the middle of the pack. And that concludes everything, and I'll turn it back over to Kirk and council.
Thank you, Mr. Handler.
If I could just one more moment, Mr. Hammond. I wanted to update council on the written protest that we've received thus far. As of 5 p.m. this evening, we had received valid written protests from about 2.7% of our affected parcels. So barring receipt of thousands of written protests during the public hearing, if council chooses, you would be able to move forward with adoption of our water rates. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Kurt. I'll go ahead and then open up for questions from council. Let's go with Mayor Martin and Steve Gregory online first.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no questions from me, John. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pausch.
I have a couple of questions. Did I hear correctly that the proposed rate would be about 5%? Is that on the base rate?
It's the rate is structured in such a way to generate an additional 5% per year.
Okay, but the actual increase per household is going to go from $10 currently to $13 in April.
Up to 25 throughout the course of this.
Over the course of the year. So so if people hear that my water bill is going to go up 5%, that's not quite accurate. Revenue is going to increase 5%, but households are going to pay about 24% more.
It's going to depend on
the base rate.
Water use. Correct.
Okay. All right. As far as an enterprise fund, so all of the salaries of all of the employees, that's paid out of the enterprise fund. Those are not general fund employees.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the last question I seem to be getting a lot of in one form or another. Can this increase be used to increase the capacity to treat the unused Nacimiento water?
I'm not following.
So currently we receive an allocation from the Lake Nacimiento. We don't have the capacity to treat all of that allocation, so it gets pumped back into the river. Yes?
Correct.
So how soon can we build a treatment plant that would be able to fully treat all of that water allocation?
Well, so the treatment plant expansion is not going to be borne by existing ratepayers, it's going to be borne by growth. So
Right.
the cost associated with building the next phase of the Nacimiento treatment plant would show up in connection fees, not user rates.
Okay. And any forecast on when that might be?
That's pretty far out. We're talking a decade or two out before we're really starting to consider it. A lot of that's going to depend on the pace of growth and whether or not there are any regulatory changes, or there's a lot of factors in it. But based upon our current resource planning and existing conditions, it's a few decades out.
Okay. So right now, we technically don't need it. And when we do need it, the development that causes that need, they will pay for that development.
That's correct. But we use that water in several ways.
Sure.
Direct potable use for the potable system, that's correct. We won't need that supply for those purposes for a few decades. But we do use the Nacimiento supply in other ways to benefit our community. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Councilman Strong. No questions. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and close it and bring it back to the public. Anybody wishing to address the council, come forward. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think we need to open the public hearing.
I thought we did.
We've taken the staff report, so at this point, you would open the public hearing and we take the public comment.
Got it. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and close the staff report and then physically open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, my name is Patrick Connolly, and I'm a property owner, 1204 Sunrise Court in Paso Robles. And it would be helpful if up here you had the notice and the attachment number 1 and the various things I could refer to. But based on my review of it, which was pretty quick, it seems that a lot of these numbers are in a black box that you can't really see where they're coming from and where they're going. But the numbers you do see are the fixed rates. And so I'm writing to express my opposition to the proposed water rates as a property owner. Attachment 1 of the notice of public hearing regarding the proposed rate increases, in my opinion, is misleading. It doesn't represent the true increase that's being proposed here. The monthly fixed rates don't accurately represent the increase in the water rate of this magic 5%. And the magic 5% isn't really explained how it's determined. But anybody with a little math could figure out that the fixed charge rates for the lower meters of 3/4 and 1-inch meters would be an increase of 30% the first year, 23% the second year, 19% the third year, 16% fourth, and then finally 14% without considering compounding. So over the next 5 years, if you look at the end results, it's a whopping 250%. And we're talking small dollars, but we're also talking about a rate increase on the meter, the actual use. And that part is in that black box that nobody's really seeing how the numbers are figured out. So obviously I'm here because I'm against the rate increase. It comes on top of a sewer increase that was very substantial. I mean, I assume that was related to water quality control measures that were imposed on you by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we had no choice. But how these funds are put in their own categories and thou shalt not move the money from one to another. When you're doing improvements to the sewer, could there be some crossover to improvements to the water line? If there are, then how can that be a firewall between the two? I don't understand that. But I really think that the notice underestimates the true increase on the property owner, and it should be corrected before any action is taken tonight, and that there should be more transparency in that other component regarding the usage. How do you come up with 5%? I'm looking at it, I can't figure it out. I believe that for transparency to the public, you need to present a better explanation of how that 5% is being derived every month. Right now, we have an average of about 23%. But I'm also objecting to the rate increase because it's only after a year of the tremendous sewer rate increase that I just mentioned. And together, that puts a heavy burden on the property owners, particularly senior
That is 3
level
minutes,
people.
sir.
Okay.
If you can summarize, please.
Senior level people, and I just urge you to look for other revenues. No one's really talked about the additional charges that could be put on development for water hookup. And that has been absent from this discussion. So I challenge the City Council to go back to the drawing board, make it a transparent process where we really see how you come up with 5% every year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, again, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street, number 6. I know nothing about water, but there's one thing I know about, and it's due process, adjudication, and proper notification to the citizens of this city. Well, I didn't know anything about this till about a month ago. When I said I saw it on this app called Nextdoor, and I actually saw the letter, and I was abhorred, frankly. It just had one little paragraph that said it's all for infrastructure. Okay, I asked the city for the water study. I perused it because every study is going to be a pro to what they want. So I'm going to preface this by saying, just because we can, we will. Just because other counties and cities, Bakersfield, Hollister, have lower rates, we can raise these. A lot of times when rates are being raised, people conceive them as negligible. Oh, it's just 3%. It's just 5%. Okay, well, that encompassed with whatever sewer rates. PG&E went up 3 times this year. Natural gas went up. Propane went up. $70 to fill 2 propane tanks. Okay, and so there were I walked around the city literally and I passed out these opposition forms. Number one, I was also appalled they were not in Spanish. Okay, because we have a huge Spanish constituency. And so I looked at the study and I said, okay, hey, I get it. However, I saw the staff, I saw the kind of the mention of a watchdog program for people who are overusing water. Well, we also have offenders in the city, apartment managers and RV park mobile home owners that pass all these costs straight on to us. So this month, my PG&E was $344. My water and sewage for 450 feet is $70 a month. Garbage is $40. My cell phone's $120, $200 sometimes. My rent, and when you got people on fixed incomes, they're going to have a month more than money. So I echo what this gentleman said. I think that the transparency was terrible. The opposition letter should have been sent out with the bill. Because then that gives the person the ability to go, hey, I have the ability to say no. I knew when I walked this city for the last month, you know who is the most afraid of this? The laundromat owners. Can you imagine? She faced a palm when I showed it to her. So I don't know much about water, but I do think that it is prudent to at least give the community an ample chance to say no. I don't expect it to, the 260 odd, I did that. I walked around and I got 260 of these signed myself. Now just imagine if this was attached to their bill. You would have had a bigger protest, and it would only be fair. Because why should I be paying $70 a month for water and sewage? On my best day in the Bay Area with a 2-bedroom apartment, I didn't pay that much. So I'm concerned because everything is negligible. You know, city water says, oh, it's just 5%. Well, he calculated it to be something else.
And that's 3 minutes.
And I showed it to someone else and they calculated it to be something different. And I think that's the scary part about this, is that we could say 5%, 5%, 5%, but is it going to be 5%? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Cave, and I am a resident of this city since 2006. And I guess I just kind of want to echo what Linda has said. We did not receive it in our water bill so that we could, make the connection and be able to respond accordingly. I sent it out. I didn't even know where to find the form to oppose the water rate increase. I found it on Nextdoor. I don't even know Linda, but I do now. And she was one who sent it to me. The opposition form was confusing. I didn't know if you needed like your property, lot ID. And then I read it again. It said, no, whatever the water bill is, who that comes to. So it was confusing. And maybe I'm not the sharpest knife, but I still had to read it twice to go through it. I sent it out to people. I found it to be very not transparent, okay? It was hidden on page 2 of the notification, on the second to the last paragraph, on the bottom of the backside, in the very middle. That doesn't sound like transparency to me. If you wanted people to respond, then you would have put it right up front, right in the beginning of the letter. So 2.7 is embarrassing that that's how few people responded, 2.7%. But my guess is no one saw it. Half the people said, I didn't even know. Wasn't it December 5th we had to respond by? So it was not clear, and it feels like it was purposely unclear to get a low response. I understand we need infrastructure. There are other things that you can do. If there is future growth for this, city, which I know there is, why not look into some other programs? Why not look into things like CDDs, which are community development districts, so that new developers pass those fees on to new people, not to people who have been here for dozens of years, and build your infrastructure through those fees. That's my time. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, Council, Mayor. My name is Allison Hoskins. I'm a new resident of Paso Robles, been here for a year and a half.
Welcome.
And I'm just now acquainting myself with the water, with everything else here. And I've made numerous calls to the water department to understand my water bill. Number one, I don't know if you're aware of this, but on the water bill, on the 4th line, it tells us that our sewer variable charges, and it gives a number. That's actually supposed to be, I've just learned, the sewer flat rate. And so there's a confusion on our water bill to begin with. So being a new resident, I found out that my sewer rate, I am being billed apparently during the month of end of December to the end of February. What I use sewer rate, if I've turned off the water from my yard, an average of that is what's used as my sewer rate. But as a new resident, supposedly, I am being charged at the rate of a family for 4, and it's just me. And apparently that happens for 3 years. And now we're talking about rate increases on the water. And I'm astounded. And being a senior and being on a fixed income, it is a little overwhelming. So, and I don't know how to, because on my bill, it doesn't tell me anything like that. But I've had 3 people in the water department explain that to me. But I don't see any correlation between that and my bill. It's very confusing. And I'm being told it's confusing, but then I don't have the answers. And it doesn't seem right for me to be billed for just me in relationship to a family of 4. So if you would take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Monty Jones, President. Just to echo these 2 young ladies' point, the letter that came out, buried on the back page, in the middle of the paragraph, was the written protest instructions. I don't have it in front of me, but I swear it's December 6th. I heard that around multiple times, so I don't know. You just mentioned it was December 20th, or today, after the end of this meeting. But in general, you know, this gentleman spoke about aging infrastructure. Well, everything is aging the moment it's born or made. What does that mean? What is aging here? Going through the slides so quick, didn't have time to really understand that. But so when we talk about aging, there's no kind of concept of what that means here. Going through the budget line item by line item, I can't say this is from the water department, but you know, we're replacing Ingersoll Rand air compressors that were bought in 2008. Those things will last 30, 40 years with proper maintenance and care. I just watched a guy drop a city computer here. What type of care are we taking on our own infrastructure and our own equipment? Instead, we just seem to pass this all back to the residents here. And when we take that at scale, we're going to hollow out the community here. The people who deserve to live here, have been living here for the longest time, will no longer be afforded to live here. You know, we got, go back to housing. So push all these people out. Who lives here? I don't certainly know. I obviously am against the rate increase. I think we're being taxed enough. Talk about inflationary pressure, of course. But who is the driver of inflationary pressure? It's the city, the taxes, just continually end. You know, the continual pushing us into the grindstone. I urge you all to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is William Fate, City Council Pro Tem. I wanted to turn these forms in. It was 101, so we'll increase it 2.7% that has already been collected. And the previous speakers really took away most of my points. It was hidden on the back, and not allowing the protest to be done by email, I think is wrong. That should have been that way, and this is proportionate to the senior citizens who are on fixed income. And the difference in the percentage that this gentleman brought up, I think is wrong and should be looked at a little better. 99% of the protests that I collected are against this, and it comes from a different, whether they're property owners or they're renters. And the form says it's going to be a $3 increase, but there was an interview that told the interviewer that it was going to be a $5 increase, not a $3 increase, which your form says.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Seeing none? Anyone online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. First caller online is Daryl Cooper.
Daryl?
Yes,
Can you hear us?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Daryl.
This is Gerald Cooper. I live at 515 Grand Canyon, and I
I've got to say, I've been listening to these comments. I went to the meeting tonight, and I saw that this item was number 19. It was engineered to be very late in the meeting, so people weren't going to be there. So I left, and I called on the phone. But in listening to the comments from a lot of people, I don't buy at all that it's going to be a 5% increase. I agree with the other callers that it's stacked up. And a big item that was not mentioned at all is the development that is going on here in Paso Robles. There's 1,300 lots that are currently being developed, and they're going to build out in the next 5 to 10 years. And the connection rates for water meters are $19,000. That pencils out to $24 million coming into the water department. That's just for the projects that are going on right now. After that is Beechwood, and that's another 800, and that'll be another 15 million. So, you're looking at $35-40 million coming into the water department. There's no need to have an increase in the water department, in the water rates. This is ludicrous. It just push it off. It doesn't need to be done. They're going to be swimming in money because of all this development that is going on. So I would encourage the council to push this off. Don't increase any rates for the next 5 years. Wait and see how this all pencils out. In regards to the way that the notifications were done, I agree with the other callers. It should have been sent out with the water bills. If you want to be open to the public, get the information out. Get it right in their bills so they can make the protests. And I want to say I really appreciate the time that the council puts in. This is a big deal. You guys are really putting in a lot of time. I appreciate your effort. So hear what I'm saying. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Anyone else online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. Next caller is John Borst.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I'll just, the body of my remarks will be related to the AMI meter implementation. But before getting into that, I wanted to, again, or at least express that the general fund revenues belong to the city, the people of this city. I don't see any consideration in the water rate study that was done about the availability of general funds to help pay for some of these water rate or proposed water rate increases. So I think, one, we need to look at the availability of general fund revenues to help finance some of these, certainly some of these capital improvements. I wanted to talk about the AMI meter implementation. It's my understanding that there is going to be some sort of water recovery with the imposition of this infrastructure capital project. If there is indeed water recovery with the implementation of this particular project, that needs to be costed out and integrated with the water rate calculations. Right now, if there is any water recovery, that's just it's gravy on top of the rates that are being proposed. So take a look at the water recovery, how much is going to be saved there, and what additional revenue will that bring in. Thirdly, how is this $18 million number for the AMI meter implementation, how is that determined? There's nothing in the water rate study that suggests how this $18 million figure was determined. Fourth, has this project been put out to bid? I've looked at what other cities have paid for similar projects, and this $18 million figure is way out of line. Matter of fact, the lowest for the city of Orange was with a population of 137,000 people. They paid $71,000 to have their project implemented. Also, there are grants available for this project. No mention was made in the water rate study as to an application for this grant, so $2 billion could be saved there.
Mr. Boris, that's 3 minutes. Could you
John?
please summarize?
Finally,
John, yeah, summarize, please.
And finally, new development is going to be using the AMI meter implementation, but yet they're not allocated any percentage cost responsibility. So that was an error and needs to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Anyone else, Melissa, online?
I have no other callers online.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to then go ahead and, seeing no one else wishes to speak, I'm going to go ahead and then prepare to close the public hearing. Before I do that, I would like to provide anyone who would like to submit or withdraw a written protest the opportunity to do so. Once the public hearing is closed, the City Council will no longer accept any written protests or proposals, water rate increases. Are there any other written requests or protests to, we have a few more. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the public hearing closed. At this time, I'd like to ask the city clerk whether it needs to have a recess to count all the votes that have been accumulated. Answer.
No, sir, we don't need a recess. I have a total.
Okay. So why don't we then go ahead and ask the city clerk to provide the city council with the tabulation results of all the valid written protests submitted prior to the close of public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 382 written protest letters regarding the water rates. For the proposed water rates, a majority of the owners of the identified parcels or tenants directly liable for such charges, for example, the number required to constitute a majority protest, would equal 5,202. A majority protest does not exist for the proposed water rates.
Okay. The city clerk has advised us that based on the number of valid written protests submitted prior to the close of public hearing, majority protest does not exist for the adoption of the proposed water rates. City Council may now proceed to consider the proposed resolution to adopt the increases to the city water rates. As a reminder, the time for the public comment has ended. City Council will not be engaged directly for any individual comments. Do any members of the City Council wish to speak or have any staff clarification on the proposed water rates? Councilman Strong?
Yes, and basically I was hoping that our city manager or city attorney might clarify whether or not the forms that we used were state mandated forms. And if so, I know that we took an oath that part of our responsibility as city councils is to uphold the state constitution and the laws of the state. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Strong. I'm going to defer actually to Luke Garoof, who is with my office. He's a Prop 218 specialist, and he was helping us with the noticing. Okay. So he can address those issues. He's online.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council, and thank you for having me. Yes, the notice does comply with the state constitution. It requires that the notice include information about what the rates are proposed to be, the basis for calculating the rates, information on the time, date, and location for the public hearing, as well as the process for submitting a written protest. The Constitution does not require provision of actual forms for a protest, and the information included in the notice meets the requirements of the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. And did we send out any notices with bills?
No.
I believe the notices were separately sent. Oh,
that is correct. We set them separately I'm not even sure if we could send them with bills. Even if we could, we wouldn't. Bill stuffers, as we call them, tend to be overlooked and often not read. These were mailed independently as a standalone item that forced eyes to get, to actually look at the item in the envelope.
And how long ago was that?
That was, I think, the 45 days, at least 45 days.
Okay, thank you.
David, yeah.
Yep, Kirk Gonzalez here. I would add too that if we were just to send notifications with the bills, we would not be reaching parcel owners who are also considered authorized to protest protest the water rates. And to the question as to when they went out, the notices were sent out on October 27th.
Okay. And finally, some of the questions about how we calculated some of these things, I think the consultant probably has some answers on that and justification for the figures.
Yeah, no, I thought there were good comments brought up by folks, and this is, common for, nobody wants rate increases. I know that. I've been with many agencies and, people are not happy. But yeah, I wrote down a number of these comments. I probably didn't write them all down. But one of them, there was a point, hey, the fixed charge is going from $10 to $13. That's a 30% increase right there. And then it's going to 25. So where does 5% come from? 5%, it's right in the rate study report. That's the overall level of rate increases in the financial projections. You need to raise these rate revenues by 5% per year. And when you look at the actual rates on the bills, I just did a calculation in the background. The bills include two components. One is the fixed charge, which we know is extremely low compared to almost any other agency out there. So that's going up more than 5%, but that's the very smallest part of the bill. Your fixed charges generate less than 8% of your total water rate revenues in the city. So most of the bill for a lot of customers is that volumetric side. So I just went and did the calculation on, whoops, if I can go back to this slide here. And what you're not adopting percentage rate increases, you're adopting these specific rates. So when we calculate the total bill right now, a typical customer pays $75.60 as shown in this chart. And a moderate high customer is $108.40. So in the summer, about 75% of the bills are at below that level. So going from $75.60 to $79.80 is about 5.5%. As we mentioned, it's not exactly 5% for everyone. And the next one, going from $108.40 to $113.20, that's like 4.5%, somewhere in that range. So the 5% is the overall, and I apologize if I didn't make that clear enough in this presentation here. I know we stressed it more in other presentations I was trying to go through, but the gentleman and other people are correct. The fixed charge is going up more. That's because it's so low. You're trying to raise it to generate kind of that minimum industry standard of 20%, which is at the lower end, I'll point out, of the industry norms to improve the revenue stability. I wrote another note down here about, I think you already covered the notices. They need to legally be mailed out to all the property owners. It's under Prop 218. It has to deal with property owner rate charges. So they typically don't get sent out in the bills themselves. A lot of the property owners might not be the bill payer of record. So you, in fact, went above and beyond Prop 218. You sent it to the property owners, and you sent another letter to the tenant if they were the one responsible for paying the bill. And it's not, the notice was trying to, I've seen some notices get to be like 10 pages long with all sorts of stuff in there where maybe you can say, hey, you buried something away, but this is only 2 pages. And it's right there. It says written protest procedures, exactly what people need to do. This is something right in line with, I think, almost I've worked with, over 150 agencies, and this is very common what other agencies do. Occasionally people aren't happy. Hey, we want to be able to vote on this, but the Constitution in Prop 218 specifically exempts water, sewer, and garbage rates from the voting requirements of Prop 218 because it's not a political decision. It's not you send in a ballot, yes or no. It's a cost of service requirement. So they also added on these more onerous majority protest things in case some agency is doing something so egregious that people would, come out of the woodworks and say, hey, no way. And there are some agencies that have gotten majority protests. It's not very common. But your water and sewer and garbage rates are under other strict provisions of the Constitution, the rates cannot exceed the cost of service. They've got to be fair and equitable. You can only use the revenues for the purposes for which they're collected. So there's a whole bunch of other guidelines why this is not a normal ballot vote, like an assessment district ballot.
Mr. Handler, also, isn't it a fact that we can only change these rates once every 5 years?
I mean, you could change them every year if you want. I've got some agencies, they want to go through the process each year, but it's pretty common. Agencies want to do a multi-year and not have to go through the process every time. And the rates that are established here, they establish the maximum rates. You can always evaluate and say, hey, guess what, in year 4, we only need 3%, but we're trying to balance the competing objectives we always have with these rate studies are A, we want to fund all your operations and your capital needs and everything else, and B, we know nobody likes rate increases, and we worked with staff from the get-go, not to come up with what the highest rate increases are, but to come up with what the lowest rate increases are and phase them in a responsible way that you'd be funding your cost of service. And I will point out, there was a great point.
Go ahead.
Someone brought up, hey, you've got all this new development coming. We know that, and you've got pretty significant development impact fees, much higher than many other agencies, to fund new development share of water system infrastructure. You cannot use those capacity charges, as they're called, to fund operations. They can only be used for the purpose for which they're collected, which is for the new infrastructure or reimbursement of existing infrastructure to fund new growth. So we've got that built in here, and you're going to need those dollars to fund, it was mentioned, in water treatment plant improvements, and there's a lot of other expensive projects that'll be needed to fund growth. Ratepayers do not fund facilities for growth in the plan that's in here. Yes.
There was one slide I'd like to see real quick, though, where the projection was going over the red line. Can you get that for me? That was
that
right there.
Yep. This was the expenses and the revenues, and the revenues you have now don't fund all your expenses, which is mostly operating expenses, and there's some additional capital expenses there as well. But in order to help phase in the rate increases, it was decided, working with staff, that, hey, let's phase in the rates as opposed to doing all the rate increases up front, and we'll draw down some available fund reserves that we have in order to do that. I'm sure you'd rather keep all the fund reserves, but you're not drawing them down to zero. You're still keeping prudent minimal levels, but you are drawing them down to help facilitate the phase-in of the rate increases.
Very good.
Just a quick note, if it hasn't already been observed, under the recommendation, we have, I believe, a typo, establish new water routes effective April 21, 2022. I should think that should be 2023. Thank you. Back on this issue of the protest form, I think I heard more about the form and the process than I heard about the actual rate increase. I don't know if this is the right time to discuss how we might improve that optics on providing a form. I'm given to understand that there is no prohibition under Prop 218 regarding the use of digital protest. I might be misinformed on that, but I think we can use digital, and if we can, we certainly should come up with a form that might be linked to our water bill, pre-populate that form so all the right information is there. Might be a cottage industry for your firm to consider selling that software, so that that linkage between the user, type in their address, and that information should pre-populate that form. In my industry, we use digital forms all the time for a lot more sophisticated items that aren't legally binding in court, and we use something, a platform like DocuSign. I think we could merge those two technologies and come up with a better way of providing that transparency.
Okay. Mayor Martin, you're online. Any questions?
No, I think I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Gregory.
No questions, and I'm ready to make an motion whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and then move on with the schedule here. Seeing none, do I have a motion then forward to approve the?
Yeah. Yes. Would you like to make the should I go ahead and make a motion?
Yes, I think that would be in order now at this point, after discussion.
Okay, just checking with our city attorney. It's okay to make a motion, Elizabeth, at this point?
Yes, we're in a proper spot for a motion, and just so we're clear, I realize there's a typo on the agenda, the way it was printed, but the resolution I've confirmed is correct. It has the right dates on it.
Okay.
So the resolution is, so I move, we've conducted a public hearing, and I'm moving that we approve Resolution 22XXX to establish new water rates effective April 1st, 2023.
I'll second it.
Okay, that's the language you want to use then, and a second by Councilman Strong. Any discussion on the item?
I just want to make sure, is that the correct motion, Elizabeth?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and call a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye. I think we have a 5-0 vote then.
The motion does
passes.
carry unanimously.
All right. Anybody want to do a break at this point? It's 9:20. Chris? Yeah. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Yeah. If we can return to our seats, we'll get started. Mayor Martin, Councilman Gregory, are you online?
I'm here.
Gregory? Steve will be
Yes,
doing. There you go.
Mayor Martin, I'm Mayor Hammond.
Yeah, good.
I'd like to make a request that we continue this item 20, to the next meeting, since Mayor Martin and myself are not present.
Okay. Is there any other? Good. Yeah, I don't really have a problem. We got a long meeting tonight anyway. Yeah, well, we want to just continue to a date certain. What would be our next meeting there, Todd?
January 17th.
Okay. So Gregory, January 17th, then is what your
Mr. Mayor?
question?
Yes. Can I make a motion that we continue to January 17th with all current holders of those positions remaining in place if there are any meetings coming up between now and then?
Okay, that'll be the motion then.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Bausch. Any comment from Gregory or Martin?
No.
Got it. All right, so just voice vote on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Can't do voice so when they're online.
Not something like this, though.
Yeah. We have to do a roll call vote for everyone.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Good try.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Moving on then to 21, downtown on-street parking program. Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I'm going to call our Administrative Services Director, Ryan Cornell, up to deliver the first part of this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond and City Council. Ryan Cornell, City Administrative Services Director. This evening, we have the downtown parking program update to provide with City Council. And in fact, I think the first slide we have to go through is a little bit of background, a little bit of history of kind of where we're at today and why we're bringing this back together. So I'm actually going to turn it back over to Ty Lewis, Mr. City Manager, to provide a little bit of background history.
Thank you. So, Council, as you recall, this item was you asked and directed Council in April, to bring back this item for further discussion. This item would have been brought back sooner, but after discussion with Council members, we elected to bring it back after the election was concluded, so that the current body would be able to weigh in on this instead of having a member that might have been switched out that might have changed the outcome of this discussion. So with that, as Council recalls, the whole parking program was established back in 2019, and this is after a few decades of various studies regarding how to manage downtown parking. Ultimately, the demand was traced back to employee parking program as one of the key contributing factors to the unavailability of parking within the downtown. So the question became, how do we manage that on-street demand? How do we balance the needs of our community, our employees, as well as our many visitors? So through that action, the parking program was established, and part of that direction from Council was to make sure that the program became cost neutral by the 5th year. Well, as we've discussed in many previous programs, that hasn't occurred, and that's the reason we're bringing that back, in addition to other recommended changes that will hopefully reduce confusion for the program and make sure that we meet those objectives as outlined for the City Council. So here we are tonight.
So to move forward, or to move on, this is kind of our current problem that we had, was that there was no available parking in the downtown core area. And so back in, again, 2019, the city council authorized the implementation of the paid parking program. One of the greatest challenges that we have with the paid parking program is it's not quote unquote fair to residences. And we recognize that. And so the city is one of the creative ideas of trying to make it a little bit more fair for locals is that we're offering 2 free hours of free parking. That directly has a correlation to why the fund is not self-sustaining, and has a direct correlation to why the current program is confusing and complicated. So I'll dive a little bit further into these 2 little points, but if we do kind of go down the path of eliminating the paid parking program, we're going to kind of go right back full circle where employees are going to be parking downtown, and there's not going to be any available parking available. So why does the city want a paid parking program? Simply put, having a paid parking program improves on-street parking, but it also has the benefit of being largely paid for by visitors. The exact amount paid for by locals versus visitors isn't known, but based on citation revenue, we are able to kind of locate the zip codes where those citations go, and we have about a 77% of the citations going to out-of-towners. As I had mentioned, the parking was an issue mainly because employees were parking in the previous spots. So before we even implemented, again, this is more background, before we implemented the program as it is today, we started with the employee parking program. Unfortunately, without some sort of incentive to get those employees to park there, they continue to stay on street. And then lastly, we know that since we've implemented the program, it has been more challenging for employees to park downtown, and it also has not adversely impacted the downtown businesses. So real quick on street demand, this is just a quick little chart of the history of the last year and a half. And since February of 2022, we've kind of met the availability of parking slots of less than 85% in those kind of peak areas. And as far as the parking program not adversely impacting downtown businesses, what this graph does is the quarterly sales tax that the city receives and is generated from the businesses in the downtown area. And so previously to the paid parking program, so at the end of 2017, right before the COVID-19, the city was receiving about $246,000 each quarter from those downtown businesses. Kind of skipped through the pandemic because we did see some weird economic activity, but since what is that, about quarter 2 of 2021, we've seen a 44% increase, about $355,000 on average is what we're seeing being received from the city. How much of that is related to the COVID pandemic and the bounce back in economic activity is quite unknown, but it does seem like more recently we're kind of flattening out and kind of staying at this kind of normal. As far as the parking fund goes, we do account similar to the water fund parking activities in a separate standalone fund. To meet current obligations, City Council did approve a $1 million general fund loan as of June 30th, 2022. The loan was just a little over $660,000. The vast majority, about 80%, or over 80%, is related to the startup costs such as kiosk and the vehicle license plate readers and the like. The way the loan is currently structured is more like a line of credit. So if there's any net cash positive out of the parking fund, it goes to pay the general fund obligation next. For fiscal year 21-22, revenues total just over $400,000. And it's by far the most revenues that the city has received up to date in the fund. You can see in prior year, which was still COVID impacted, was just under $100,000. However, there are 2 things I do want to point out. Ongoing expenses will exceed $400,000. And the vast majority of the revenue that we received in 21-22 was from citation revenue. So this slide's a little bit different. The top 2 graphs in the bottom left-hand graph show individual revenue types in the parking fund. So we have fines, we have the employee permitted parking program, and then for those individuals that do end up paying downtown, the downtown parking revenue. And the bottom right-hand side is the total of all 3 of those revenue sources overlaid with one another. And so the point of this chart right here is to pretty much show that parking fines have been carrying the parking fund over the last, since implementation. And it's not really good business practice to be dependent on citation revenue to fund ongoing expenses. Right? We prefer compliance with the parking program and not be dependent on citation revenue. And so if you do take the citation revenue away from the parking fund, you can see the loan balance will balloon up, and we'll not anywhere near to meeting ongoing expenses. So our options to make the fund self-sustaining is to kind of start charging from minute one. It kind of is different options here too, and this is kind of where it gets kind of complicated. We know we have about 500,000+ transactions that occur in the downtown area. What we don't have a good data amount is if they're staying for only 10 minutes or if they're staying for an hour or 50 minutes, because that time frame is still the same. There's still free parking. And so it is a little bit more of a challenge to figure out some of these revenue forecasts. The other big component to the increase in cost has to do with, I can see them in the right-hand side there, the expenses. If for those individuals that use the Way to Park app, or at least in the future, there's going to be a transaction fee for every sort of transaction relative to the transactions for $1, $2, or $3. And so just by nature, the lower we charge, the higher percent of the expense will be against that charge. It's very similar to merchant fees. So if someone pays with a credit card, it's usually twofold. It's usually a flat fee plus a percentage of the actual charge. And so again, typically there's it's a 10 cents per transaction plus a 3%, whatever the revenue is. And so even if we increase from $1 to $2, we're going to see significant savings on each one because that flat rate is staying the same. So the 35 cents is staying the same, the 10 cents would be staying the same. It would only be the fluctuation of the charge that would increase and decrease the cost. And so that's why on this graph, the lighter purple one would be revenues, the darker purple would be expenses. And as we charge more per hour, that's to signify the additional merchant fees that the city would be incurring. But at the end of the day, if we were just to start at $1 an hour and just charge just the $1, we have the 35 cents application fee plus right around 17 cents for a typical dollar transaction. So that would be about 52 cents out of the dollar that we would receive that would go straight to fees. And so this is why a reason why if we were to go down to a $1 per hour recommendation, I still don't see that the fund would be self-sustaining, ever. And that's why it's currently staff's recommendation just to start at $2 per hour at the moment. I had kind of mentioned this earlier too, and Donna King is here as our parking ambassador to be able to answer a little bit more detailed questions on the actual applications program. But we do know that the Way to Park app is no longer being supported and will be discontinued at the end of this calendar year. One thing that's kind of unique about the Way to Park app is because a lot of our sessions are free, they weren't charging us that 35 cents transaction fee for those free instances. That's going away too. So we're anticipating that no matter what happens, if it's free, $1 or whatever, we're going to be seeing a per transaction charge. We're exploring different options. Flowbird is our current vendor with a couple of different options, but we are also exploring potentially allowing multiple apps to be utilized so that an individual could just download one app and it can be used at multiple cities throughout the state. And then addressing the problems for locals, and we still want to let the locals know that we are working and trying to address their concerns. So for now, we're not proposing any sort of changes to the current senior or employee permit parking. What we do want to do is we do want to get the messaging and the marketing out to where people can park for free. And then in the next slide, I'll show the map of the overall parking spaces in the downtown area versus those that are paid versus those that are free. Staff is recommending the conversion of two permitted lots, the conversion of the City Hall lot right out front. Half of it is free parking, the other half is permitted parking. It does kind of lead itself to confusion on which side it is okay to park on and which is not. And to address again the concerns of locals, we're going to propose expanding that lot to all of it to be free. And then the second lot we're proposing to be free is at the train station. That lot is just grossly underutilized, and there's no, I guess, no purpose to have a permit parking when no one's parking there to begin with. And then lastly, this is kind of the interesting thing that we need to explore a little bit further, but to provide the locals with some sort of coupon code or some sort of credit option so that not that their parking session would be free, but at least discounted. And so staff is still kind of working with vendors and on figuring out what the actual details of what that would look like. We do know we don't want it to be so administratively burdened that it's not beneficial, but at the same time, we do want to provide a benefit to the local. So we're still trying to find that nice little middle ground there. This is the map that I was referring to you about. This is a picture of the downtown area. We have, I didn't write this down. How many spaces? 1,500 spaces or so, and the vast majority, 1,060, almost 60% of them are free. And so the colors in the pie chart on the right correspond with the colors on the left. And so you can see all of the free spots that are available in the downtown area. And I do want to point out the two recommendations that staff is proposing are currently 2 orange. There's around here. The current City Hall parking lot, this would all be yellow, and then the train station would convert to all yellow as well to increase the additional parking spots available. And then, but I do kind of want to, again, emphasize on the locals program that even if the session is free, we're still anticipating that there could be some sort of transaction charge. And so if we're not going to collect money from them, that means that 35-cent fee would be absorbed by the parking fund, which then would just need to be either subsidized by the visitors through other revenue sources or subsidized elsewhere. And then we did want to throw out this last little bullet point too, that the city does want to offer free parking on certain dates, such as Pioneer Day or some of the Christmas holidays or the parades and the like as well. That is the end of my spill. We're going to be talking a little bit about parking garages. I'm going to hand that over to Mr. Lewis, and then be happy to answer any questions you might have at the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
I'll need you to help me with slides or someone. So the parking garage subject keeps emerging as a viable option. And staff has heard it, I've heard it, I know council has heard it. And so, you know, we've talked about the various triggers and expenses, but it's good to review those. So currently, based upon our current circumstances, it wouldn't appear that, at least currently, a parking structure is justified for a number of reasons. How do we pay for it is the big question. So jumping to the bottom, you can see that San Luis Obispo has built several parking structures, and not saying that ours would be necessarily comparable to theirs, but they're paying upwards of $134,000 per space to build a parking garage, the newest one. And as we'll talk about in a little bit, they're going to be adjusting rates to pay for those, which are far in excess of that $2 an hour that staff is recommending here. The cost estimates for if we were to build a parking garage here or a parking structure here in Paso Robles are likely more in the area of $36,000 to $44,000 per space. And we could achieve some cost savings because we own property. We could we've done some preliminary testing, and it looks like our City Hall parking lot would be a viable spot to build a parking structure, at least at this point. We don't know exactly what type of, we'd have to overcome with casings and other things because of the geo underneath there. But at least there's preliminary data that suggests that it would be viable. If we got into bigger plans and we develop information that for whatever reason we couldn't expand out there, then of course that would drive up costs even more to choose a new location, because we'd have to purchase property, which we know is becoming increasingly expensive downtown. So the capital costs, how would we pay for it? Least of all is, just getting that up and built. It would easily be in the 20 to 30 plus $1 million range to build that. Would we approve a bond to do that? Of course, that attaches a fixed cost to every homeowner, property owner throughout the city. If we're not willing to pay for on-street parking, I don't know, the appetite for our community to bond on their property to build that. Could we use existing revenues? We don't have enough revenue within the city general fund to be able to do that. And so, coming up with a revenue source is going to be key. And that's not just the initial cost to build it, but the ongoing cost to maintain it, to staff it. All of those costs need to be factored into whatever choice we go with. And of course, there's the opportunity cost there as well. So next slide. So what's next? Staff is recommending that in order to accomplish all of the goals that council has outlined for staff and for the community with regard to improving our parking experience downtown, one of the biggest issues, again, is the confusion about the 2 hours of free parking that we have. We're unaware of anywhere else in the nation that allows for the 2 hours free parking. Which has been, obviously, it was a great way to dip our toe into it, but it hasn't, yielded the results I think we all hope with respect to achieving that cost neutrality, nor does it help us develop a revenue source to be able to put money aside for parking structure, which we said is, largely paid for by our visitors. 550,000 separate parking transactions in the last year. So if you take the analysis of the citation data that we had, which shows that 77% of those are from our visitors, with 23% of those being our community members, we can see that largely the parking program is being paid for by our out-of-town visitors. So by going to a per minute charge, increasing that rate to $2 per hour, even including some of the subsidies that we'll be offering regarding the senior program, employee parking permit program, as well as subsidizing that transaction fee of 35 to 50 cents per transaction. We feel that at $2 per hour, we could still be able to bring the parking program into the black and achieve council's goals for us. We're also suggesting to remove the permit parking areas at City Hall Library and the train station, again, to create an opportunity for expanded free parking, that 1,036 free parking spots that are within 1/3 of a mile walking to the premium downtown parking is available. So there is plenty of free parking that's out there within walking distance. If there's also plenty of handicap parking. We've also added 30-minute parking for quick pickups and those types of things. So we feel that there's still plenty of free parking out there to be able to take advantage of, to encourage our locals to come downtown, and also by incorporating administratively free dates for the community, whether it's holidays or other events that council directs staff to open up the parking for. We also, as with everything, there are ongoing expenses with the parking program. Mr. Cornell did a good job highlighting the technology that we're using currently and the Way to Park app. It's a good reminder to the council and to the community that Way to Park provided that application free for us as part of helping us set up our program. And unfortunately, we're the only city left in the nation that is using this free version of it, and the company is no longer supporting it after several years of providing it free of charge to us. So we're going to have to provide a new technology source to do that. And so with that, we're encouraging council to revisit the current parking structure and payment in lieu of a $2 per hour parking fee charged from minute one, and to, if the council would like to direct staff to continue looking for options to implement some sort of program that recognizes locals and their contributions to an economic vitality downtown. And of course, we're always open to future council review and input as part of this process.
Okay, thank you, Ty. So that is the staff report. I'll go ahead and open them to council for questions. Council. Yes, I'd like to go ahead with Mayor Martin first then.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Some of the communications I've had with the public, I have some complaints with folks that are confused by the wordage on the signage. The difference between permitted parking and paid parking and employee parking. Will there be any clarification of signage as part of this program going forward?
Regardless of whether this program goes forward as presented tonight, Mr. Mayor, I will be discussing with staff the option or the providing them with direction to approve the signage. We're still working on the exact verbiage, but I think something along the lines of no public parking, parking by permit only. I don't think we can restrict it to employees only because we do have residents and business owners and other groups that are allowed to park in there as part of that employee parking permit program. But I do agree that we can do a better job and augment our signage to make it more clear and reduce confusion, which is one of the key drivers of bringing this forward to council for consideration this evening.
Thank you. And another question that's been put to me is there any way to establish an official calendar of free parking days? You know, we experienced a problem with Pioneer Day and we solved that retroactively, but there are other shopping seasons that some downtown businesses feel should be made free for shoppers. Would that be part of the local discount program, or how would that work?
Certainly, we would be able to provide, it would not just be for locals, it would be for, remember that employees would be able to take advantage of that, as well as our visitors, as well as community members. So any free parking options that we have are available to anybody that decides to come downtown. But administratively, we certainly will set a calendar of events that includes our major holidays and the day before, including Pioneer Day, to be able to provide that option for our community members and visitors and employees.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, just a couple questions, Ty. So if we were to add the city hall parking lot and the train station parking lot to the number of free spots, how many would that bring us up to for the free parking?
I don't know if Donna has those numbers, but my initial guess is we're at over 1,036 free parking spots now. So you would be pushing upwards of 1,100 plus spots.
Okay, and then as part of this process, would we be looking at putting metered or charged parking, expanding that at all into further down Spring Street, or is there a need to do that at this point, or have you assessed that yet?
No, we haven't assessed that yet. I think that will be a causation of any action taken by council tonight with regard to the options that you exercise regarding setting new rates or not.
And then the number of the 30-minute parking spots, pretty significant. Was it 18 or 19 more spots for the 30-minute parking downtown?
We've been very responsive to our businesses and try and include them on every block face. So there are multiple, as you noted.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all my questions right now.
Thank you, Steve. Councilman Strong?
Yes, thank you. We have free concerts in the park during the summer, but if there's paid parking on those days, it's not free. So therefore, I'm hoping that in the times that you're going to provide free parking, that it would include the time an hour before up to an hour after the free concerts in the park.
That's something that I wouldn't recommend, Mr. Strong. I understand the argument for it. However, on-demand parking there's still businesses that are down there that are operating. And so any time that I think that event management is one of those things that's in our park and action plan that I think that are some of our greatest opportunities. Most of our events that are city sponsored, such as Pioneer Day, or those where we close down streets, we're going to recognize those. However, on-street demand is still a need even during those times. And as mentioned, there's not a shortage of free parking in there. Those are the premium spots that help keep the program solvent. And so I would advise against concerts in the park and free parking. But of course, that's something that council can direct us to. And if that's, the majority of the council's wishes, we'll abide by those.
Okay, the other thing I'm wondering is, I've been talking periodically about how in San Luis, for some things, we just get a sticker for the window, which the parking people, then if they saw that sticker in the window and it was appropriate for that time or whatever, then they would ticket them. I think that would be a lower cost method to do some of this rather than our current process for giving out permits. I'm wondering if you're looking into that at all and considering that.
All the research that we've done is that it's either you squeeze the balloon at one end and it pops out at another. So for the most part, we prefer to leverage the technology that we're using every day. So if we have an application that we can use our license plate reading technology, whether it's the handheld or in the cars, and using that information is our preferred method. It does definitely streamline the program. I know that there are cities that do different types of action. However, it seems, at least from our perspective, that the current system, the technology that we're using, although we can reduce confusion in other areas, would certainly warrant us continuing along those lines.
Okay, I guess part of my thought on that is that right now, if somebody is handicapped and they have the blue hanger on their visor, they still have to go up to the car and see that the blue visor is there and then not give up a ticket. So I don't see that this would be any significantly different from that.
It would be a volume issue. So there's significantly less handicapped parking and people utilizing those. So we're not opposed to looking into ideas that will reduce, achieving a balance is what we're really looking at, a balance that's good for our community as well as our staff, since we only do have limited folks working within the parking program. Utilizing technology is as I said, is our preferred method. But if council wants to direct something other than that, then we would also entertain that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Belch.
So we mentioned a couple of different numbers. Looks like San Luis was $135,000 per space for construction. Is that inclusive of land costs?
Yes, that's inclusive of land cost. Also, it's prevailing wage is required on those. There are also mandates by the state of California regarding electric vehicle charging stations, ADA compliance, and strict construction standards. I can tell you that the costs increase exponentially when you add anything to it other than parking spaces. So if you want to add office space or you want to add retail space, anything other than a parking space significantly increases the cost of a parking structure.
The lower cost per space that you mentioned, if Paso were to build their own, is that based on not having to acquire land or building it on our own land?
Those numbers are based upon, we reached out to several different cities within the state and tried to find the lowest cost to the higher cost to provide a range of to city council so that you in the community, so you might better understand the costs.
Right.
At this point, I think it's really early to really predict what it would cost because there are so many variables. Exactly what it would take to build on our city hall parking lot, even if it is possible, what that means from a technology and infrastructure standpoint. There's just a lot of variables. So
Sure.
On the low end, you're looking at $30,000 to $40,000 per space.
Have we looked into, or did any of the cities that you surveyed consider doing a lease-back arrangement?
Can you explain your thought there?
So we have the land, we lease it to a builder, the builder builds it and then leases it back to us. Part of that question is at $40,000 per spot to build, what is the target per hour rate for someone to achieve a return on investment?
Yeah, so typically a builder of any type, if they own the land, there's an expense there, obviously, to either acquire the land and factor that in. They also are required to use prevailing wage. as part of that. So
All that's factored into lease-back. So we have a piece of property, and can we even do lease-back as a municipality?
We can. The lease-back is really a financing mechanism.
Correct,
It doesn't
yes.
reduce the cost.
Right.
But it's
Spreads
just
the
a way
cost
of-
out,
it
doesn't
spreads
reduce the cost, spreads the cost out
Right,
longer.
it's a financing, it's a financing mechanism.
Right.
For us, financing isn't an issue. If council wanted to finance it, we could find somebody that would probably, not probably, would finance it for us. It's just that debt service and figuring out a revenue stream, at a $40 million investment, it's going to get expensive quick.
Hence the question, what's the return on investment? Is it $2 an hour profitable and gives an investment? At the end of the, and typically, we'll say 39 years, the improved property reverts back to, in this case, the city of Paso Robles.
That's a little hard to answer at this point,
Sure.
based upon the inflation and changing interest rates. So
Just based on today's cost. I mean, if we, and it's just, it's going to be a fungible number. I get that, but it's a part of the discussion. Another way to build this now rather than waiting to acquire funds.
You could certainly build it now, like I said, without charging something for on-street parking. How are you going to get people to park there? Right. That's the big question. So if you don't have something to drive them there,
price drives them, hence the cost.
To answer your question directly, I have no idea what a private entity would want for a profit margin to undertake that. I know we've had several folks that have offered their services. Should council direct us to, put together some sort of package proposal regarding different finance methods, leaseback, whatever it might be, we could bring an array of options to the council for that, and we're happy to do that when we're ready.
Should council wish to do that, I think that would be an interesting option to look at. Some of the issues I think the Mayor Martin brought up, the signage is definitely confusing. Heard a lot of comments about the signage is not helpful to our cause. And it either needs to be upgraded, so thank you for looking into that. Local free days that Councilmember Strong talked about, that's important. I think there is an element, we keep talking about how most of this cost is borne by our tourists, and I'm just wondering at what cost to our locals. I'm really not interested in becoming the next Fifth Avenue or Rodeo Drive. I really want to take care of Paso Robles, Paso Roblans, citizens that live here that want the opportunity. Some of the suggestions I did not hear tonight were having maybe a later time to start the parking that would allow locals an opportunity to come downtown. The addition of the 30-minute free parking, temporary parking, I think that's a great idea. And the free parking before normal later afternoon business hours and things get busy might be something to consider. It might not work, but it's certainly something to talk about. And then the last thing I did not see, and again, if I'll apologize if this has been discussed and I just missed it, eliminating the project is something that just didn't work out at all, going back to the drawing board and starting over. I think staff really needs to come back and see. We have enough sunk cost into this already that if this was a private business, it would have been scrapped already. We have a 5-year window. That's something I learned tonight. Can we become at least cost neutral in 5 years? If we can't become cost neutral at $2 or $3 an hour, is it worth going forward?
Yeah, I think those are all fair questions, Mr. Bausch, and I agree. If this was, I think Mr. Strong has coined the phrase that we don't always do things for profit here in the city, that we subsidize a lot of programs at significant expense to the taxpayers. And you can point at recreation, softball costs. You can, across the board, we lose money left and right because we choose to subsidize programs. In this particular instance, I'll go back to the ratios of 77-23 that support that our visitors are mostly going to be financing any type of, if you choose to accept this model. If you choose to eliminate the program, which is definitely an option, and I think it's it's the elephant in the room. If council decides to do that, then you just have to go into it with the eyes wide open, understanding that the 1,000+ employees that will flood downtown will be taking all of your parking spots. And as multiple studies have shown over the years, will impact the profits and revenues for your businesses. So achieving balance, again, is what we're looking for. I think the $2 an hour mark will achieve that balance that you're looking for and create, modest income that keeps the program sustainable.
If it is the will of the council to look at eliminating the program, certainly having another remediation program, such as better enforcement, of time parking, could certainly be worked into that equation.
Yeah, that just depends on the council's approach. If you want an enforcement-centric program, or do you want a compliance program? The department, as I think evidenced through this particular where we are today, all of the revenue, for the most part, is not all of it, but a significant part of it is coming through enforcement. So I would say that, it just depends on the model that council wants to choose. We're happy to administer either way.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Questions for me, Ty, when we did this, as far as the council action, years ago, my thought was to at least to have a minimum. I think we even said it, revenue neutral. These 5 bullet points that you have here, certainly, I think, in my opinion, would probably get us there. My other question, maybe I'm not sure, maybe Ryan, how soon, if we were to adopt these points that you have up on the board here, would we be able to pay off the balance of the loan, $600,000, $700,000 we have there? What's the rough timing on something like that? Ryan, do you have any rough idea how soon we would be revenue neutral in my mind?
This is part of the challenge that we have with the current program and not knowing how long the average stay is, right? If the stay is only 10 minutes versus close to 2 hours. So that's almost in a way, when we start charging by minute 1, we're going to be able to get better data in order to make these determinations and how do we could tweak the program moving forward.
We were able to, Mr. Hammond, we were able to reach out to some of our, our sister agencies throughout the county. San Luis has the most robust parking program, and their data indicates that the average person parks for 1 hour and 15 minutes downtown. So that's the projections you see in the staff report and in the graphics tonight are based upon that assumption. It's the best that we could do since we aren't able to track currently how long people park for. Based upon that assumption, you can see that the delta between the costs, the projected costs, and the graphic Mr. Cornell showed, and the total revenue versus costs, I think was about $600,000 a year. If I'm recalling correctly, that the program would generate in quote unquote profit, which would eliminate that debt fairly quickly.
Yeah, I kind of agree, and I think it's clear from your data. It looks like that we're seeing a turnover, which is
250,000. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
250. The goal is obviously to turn the spaces over, and to your knowledge, essentially we are a tourist town along with Pismo and San Luis, and I believe again when you have a tourist kind of economy, isn't it important to turn and keep that space rolling over? And again, the more people you can have, the better for the merchants, essentially. They're going to have more people in their door.
You bet. So I think that there are multiple studies that you can look at on parking. There's a whole industry behind it that shows that 85 percentile that we're looking at is the sweet spot for turnover, and so that people can find a parking spot, those that don't want to walk, and be able to get in there and patronize our local businesses. So yes, there is a definite vested interest, not only in the shop owners downtown to be able to see turnover, but there's also an interest to our community members, because as you'll remember, as part of that parking action plan, as well as council direction, was to reinvest those parking funds, any of the profits, back into our downtown businesses, not the businesses directly, but we did some of that through the pandemic, you'll recall, helping people stay afloat through subsidizing propane or other things. So there are lots of needs, whether it's improving our parking lots, improving our lighting, paving downtown. There's a lot of projects where if there was any surplus funds that we could directly reinvest into our downtown, which would benefit not only our community members, but our visitors as well.
Has staff looked into possibly speaking with the merchants to be able to have validation? In other words, merchants who obviously have purchases made could validate some of their parking and defray some of the costs that way.
You bet. That's part of that subsidy that Mr. Cornell referenced. So there are a lot of options. We've been talking with vendors. Is there a way to possibly give, X amount of free hours to our local residents through some sort of sign-up program where they log into the system and register themselves and have some sort of verification process that we could give them, X amount of free hours per month to park. We could also look at discounting rates, but certainly we do have a validation program in process now. So our merchants downtown are able to buy parking from the city at pennies on the dollar, and would be able to give codes to our either a visitant or a resident to be able to do that. But since the inception of the program, that's been really underutilized. I think Mr. Roush has used that to some benefit as part for his business.
Very good. Okay. No other questions from me. I'll go ahead and open then to council, to public, to come on and speak to this item. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you. John Roush, Park Cinemas, 1100 Pawnee Street. We're about to finish up our remodel of the theater with new seats, beer and wine bar, new flooring, new outlets, new paint scheme in our lobby and hallways at a cost of $1.5 million. Now, just before Christmas, I'm hit with this plan to charge $2 an hour for parking. First and foremost for us, obviously, then, is will our theater guests continue to get 3 hours of free parking so they're able to watch a movie? You will kill this theater if our patrons have to pay $6 more for a ticket. Second, this council has repeated over and over that the parking decisions you have made are not meant to raise money, and in fact, were always meant to get employees out of the most valuable spaces for the businesses. By the staff's own report on this agenda item, you are right now making $10,000 a month over operating costs. $11,800 a month in parking revenues, about $28,500 per month in citations, comes to $40,300 a month, and operating cost of $30,000 leaves you a profit of $10,300 a year. I realize you have a loan to pay off, that won't pay it, so something needs to be done somehow. Still, staff now comes to you with these recommendations that they calculate will generate $85,000 per month. I assume that does not count citations because after all, compliance is the goal. With a cost of $30,000, an income of $85,000, that leaves you $55,000 a month or $660,000 a year, plus citations. 250 in citations, that leaves you $910,000 a year you are going to realize in profits to pay off your loan. I guess you can do that probably in 1 year then. Per the staff report, I obviously agree with everybody. This is a terrible system. The kiosks don't work. Thank God the app's going away because it never works half the time. There's lots of problems with this situation. Signage is a major one, I agree. If you keep these kiosks, you got to have signs that tell people they have to register their car. How about, though, we look at this in a completely different new perspective? If this was about getting the employees off the street and not making money, let's just admit this system is complicated, confusing, and unworkable, and ditch it completely. I went to Whitefish, Montana. You want a different way to do it? They don't have any parking meters. 2 hours of parking on this block, 3 hours of parking on this block, city parking lots where you can park for longer. It works. People get to choose the time they want to be there. I was told by a resident of Grants Pass, Oregon, that they took out their meters and basically have the same system I just described with levels of parking on different areas. Many residents are not coming downtown because of this parking fiasco. I hear it all the time. In fact, I think your data shows that 77% to 23, 77% parking is paid by tourists, 23% is paid by residents, according to what you're extrapolating there. That means the residents aren't coming downtown. That's all there is to it. They're not coming downtown. So, stealing from Field of Dreams, if you raise them, they won't come. I suggest you get rid of this system completely and go to a timed parking situation that keeps the employees off the street, that gets our residents back downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Guston, been a resident of Paso Robles since 1979. We didn't have any parking problems then, but I helped start the first wine festival and we brought in a lot of tourists, and that created a little bit of a parking problem. And as we filled up all our businesses, we had an employee problem. And so Main Street said, we got to do something about that. Well, we tried going to the merchants and saying, hey, get your employees to comply with not parking in front of other businesses or your business, either one. Well, that didn't work. So then they bring in this Julie Dixon. We had several seminars. Only before those seminars, I went to Pleasanton. And you know what Pleasanton had? Timed parking. No paid parking. Timed parking. Similar signs that we have, but not paid parking. Just limit the number of hours. Just like Mr. Roush said. And it worked. In Pleasanton, where they have a lot of big box stores to compete with. The downtown in Pleasanton is thriving. And Mr. Roush cited some other businesses that are thriving. But, Julie Dixon is the expert. She's going to tell you how to do it. Every time I went to one of those seminars, I argued against the paid parking. But this city said, the expert from another town, not from our town, knows more than the locals. Well, even Mayor Martin admitted it's a failure. It's a failure. And you want to keep it going and make it worse. You don't care about the locals. Pioneer Day was the example. The big example. I'm wandering around telling people, there's no pavement on Pioneer Day. Was I got an egg on my face. How many of those parking citations issued on Pioneer Day were vacated? Nobody's told us that, have they? No. And now we're talking about, the people love to come down on Thursday nights in the summer, and they shop and what have you, and go to the restaurants and all that. Well, let's kill the town instead of just make it for tourists. That's what you want, John? You just want a tourist town. Well, I've been both applauded and badmouthed for helping start that wine festival.
That is 3 minutes.
I'd request additional time.
Not summarized, Deb, if you would.
It doesn't work. And the only way it floated temporarily now is with a current program. You're never going to pay for a parking structure. You're never going to pay back the $1 million. But at least you weren't losing the locals. The people that come to town before this program were not people that live inside the city limits. They were the farmers, merchants, the people that live outside the city limits. I live outside the city limits because I got 3 cars, two boats, and a motor home. And there's no place in town I can put all that.
All right, Dale.
But I can't get a senior permit, can I? No. My name's on the front of the senior building, but I can't get a senior permit at 84 years old. The system is broke. Dump it.
Welcome.
Hey, Monty Jones, this is what I came to talk about. 0 for 2 tonight, but you get to the Hall of Fame if you hit 333, apparently. I agree with the other comments. I mean, time parking, enforced time parking. If it's about a revenue thing, I mean, double the price of a parking ticket if you park for over 2 hours for free. Santa Barbara does 90 minutes free parking downtown in their structures. I think the slide is a little deceiving when it's talking about visitors versus residents because that was off citation. So that tells me one of 2 things. Either the residents are very good about entering their license plate for 2 hours free, or they're not coming downtown. Enforcing no free parking at all will certainly kill all the locals from coming downtown. They don't like to do it already. So if we're going off citations and we assume that the residents are very good about free parking, they're not going to come to pay because they're not staying for over 2 hours and getting a citation. If the alternate is true, where the residents aren't coming downtown, then the parking system has failed, and I agree we need to scrap it and do a time 1 hour here, 2 hours there, 3 hours there. I agree the system is broken, it's a sunk cost, but we can move forward for the locals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room to speak publicly on this? No? Melissa, do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do. First caller is Janice Nelson.
Jenna, welcome.
Thank you. We are Janice and Steve Nelson. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Just checking. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. We are 45-year residents, and we personally go downtown frequently doing banking, a few services, gasoline, and we support retail when tourist traffic lessens. Since meters went in, we have observed that locals go downtown at a significantly lower rate. As for tourists, they attend downtown to primarily eat and drink. I got nothing against eating and drinking, but they're not shopping. Rarely are they carrying a bag indicating they made a purchase at a retail business. My husband and I, we live in a 55-year-old single-family home neighborhood, the large majority of whom do not shop downtown. We would love to see retailers and restaurants having locals return, but with paid parking following the tourism traffic that's been in existence, that horse is out of the barn. The idea to eliminate the 30-minute free parking appears to be excessively desirous of revenue, and the taxpayer cost to redo pavement, curbs, and signage is a cost burden. The 2-hour free parking component is a bonus for locals and visitors. Please do not increase paid parking fees so residents of nearby towns can also enjoy our downtown. Creating a locals parking rate consideration is worth planning if it doesn't result in city employee time. In other words, a simple plan easily executed. And please continue to remind city employees to use their parking permits in their designated areas, not in areas such as streets west of Spring Street. We organized our opinions here prior to this evening's presentation, but we have to say, based on the parking fund status that was presented this evening, it will be interesting if paid parking will ever pay for itself. Thank you, City Council. That completes my comments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Amy Russell.
Amy, go ahead.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Amy Russell, Governmental Affairs Director for the Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. In reviewing the goals of the program established in 2019, which were to manage on-street demand, use technology to improve the parking experience, create an employee parking program, and to create a program that will be cost neutral by the 5th year. And having our CEO, Gina Fitzpatrick, as an active commissioner of the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission, and through speaking with many of our member businesses located in the downtown corridor, it is the Chamber's recommendation to, 1, upgrade the parking system related technology as the staff has suggested, or consider timed parking instead of paid parking. Consider reinstating the Parking Advisory Commission if that would be helpful, especially if you plan to implement a program for local residents subject to future City Council review. Second, prioritize lighting and safety in alleys and several parking lots that are in despair. Third, assign more dedicated employee parking spaces or lots. And finally, we still believe in forward thinking and planning for the future. As a city, we must build a parking structure, if not for today, but for our future Paso Robles. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, next is Jan Alvin.
And Jan, welcome.
Hi.
Jan?
I'm sorry. I just had a recording that sort of cut me off. Am I speaking?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. While I was sitting here listening, I was thinking about one particular conversation I had with a member of the City Council year and a half ago, whatever it was, and we were talking about the downtown parking, and we were talking about literally how it was a failure. It just wasn't working. And that city councilman said to me, I still don't understand how it ever became the responsibility of this city to manage the employees. That should be an obligation that the business owners have for themselves, and they should be the ones who are figuring it out. Now, I agree with that, but clearly they're not going to figure it out. But my other comment would be is that however it is you're going to go forward, the proposition seems to be that we're going to get rid of the Way to Park app, which is fine, and we're going to invest in new and different technology. We've got enormous amounts of money dumped into this program already. At some point, we have to say enough is enough. And I agree. I think timed parking is probably the solution. And then I'm looking tonight at the warrant register, and I see that in October and November both, we paid Dixon Resources $4,100 a month, and I'd have to go back and see how many months we've been paying her for consulting. And I'm sitting there and I'm saying, what is she consulting on? Why do we continue to pay this company this kind of money and go forward with this kind of program? I really need to know why we keep paying Dixon. So anyway, I'm all for time parking, whatever has to happen, but you've disenfranchised the locals and they're not coming downtown. So if that doesn't matter, then keep going forward. But you're spending a whole heck of a lot of money on a program that just is never going to be cost neutral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Mary Ubersax.
Mary, welcome.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. I'd like to submit my comments online and have written a letter to be included in the minutes of this item on the agenda. Mostly, I'm at 1319 Park Street, and I'd like to put up a thought that the 2-hour complimentary parking has been a benefit to the businesses, allowed us to retain multiple relationships with clients, and in the post-COVID business return has been an asset, and we recommend strongly to maintain that program. More time is needed to review the comments, the information brought forth tonight, and the needs of the community. And I put my comments in a written note to the city clerk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I have no more callers.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and close it. We had some questions. Maybe staff can help us on this. Ty, first off, have we explored time parking?
Yeah, time parking is an option, and there are benefits as pointed out by the community here today, but there are also drawbacks. First and foremost is the enforcement of time parking. So if you marked all of downtown, 1 hour, 15, the time doesn't matter, whatever council chose. There's nothing to prevent you from moving from one parking spot to another, and your time parking begins again. So parking is a static event. So it's just like on your roadway, we do this all day at the police department, where people park vehicles and there's a time restriction, 72 hours. They just have to move their vehicle and that 72 hours starts again. So time parking is very difficult and it's very manpower intensive because each of those vehicles needs to be marked in some fashion way. So if you have, in this case, depending on if you say you have 1,000 parking spots, and you have 1,000 people downtown, that means you have to have people out there some way to determine how long those vehicles have been there. And then again, it's very enforcement centric. So if people don't like getting tickets now, they're going to hate it then. That is one fact that will not change. The second thing that was brought up was the volume that people aren't coming downtown. I think it's a sheer numbers thing. We have millions of visitors that are visiting Paso Robles. That's reflected in the skyrocketing TOT. That's reflected in the skyrocketing sales tax. And as Mr. Cornell pointed out, it's directly reflected in the profitability of our businesses downtown as well, 44% increases. I don't think that there's been any evidence presented today that would indicate that paid parking in any way, shape, or form has hurt our downtown. In fact, it's just the opposite. Since it's been instituted, those numbers have started to rise. So a healthy city manages its parking. That's what we're here to talk about today. I appreciate those comments regarding that. But again, I will emphasize there are over 1,100 free parking spots within 1/3 of a mile of downtown. Really what we're talking about is the premium spots downtown and increasing those free parking spots by opening up City Hall and the train station to be a more inclusive, as well as doing a better job with signage, as well as providing free options during holidays and other events for our local community.
There was a question about Dixon Consulting also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dixon Consulting, we still work with them. We've never cut off ties with Dixon. The amounts that Jan has referenced is we've been weaning ourselves from her as reflected here today. We heard the community feedback that Dale brought up. And so Dixon Resources isn't here tonight. We have Ryan that combed over the numbers, that went through the projections, and made the assumptions to be able to bring those numbers here. The fact remains that the resources, no pun intended, that Dixon brings to us with their staff helps us be able to evaluate technology, helps negotiate better deals for us, helps us, for $4,100 a month, we couldn't hire an employee that would be able to do that. We use them sparingly, but we do definitely use Dixon Resources to augment our very limited staff here, and we use her judiciously.
Okay. I'm going to then open it back up then for council to discuss and/or action. Let's go with Mayor Martin and Gregory since they're out there. Mayor Martin, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. We've obviously all received a lot of input on this on several sides. I think that the implication that by putting this program in place and trying to make it work is somehow that we are prejudiced against local residents is an error. We've tried at every turn to be flexible for local residents, and what's being proposed by staff increases that flexibility. I think that what it boils down to for me is that the council is looking at three options, and that is no level of support at all for parking enforcement, which basically means no parking program. And I mean no timed parking, because somebody has to drive around and chalk tires and write tickets when necessary, and that's an expense and it has to be paid for. The second level is some underwriting of the parking program, which is what we've been doing to date, because in spite of our best efforts, the program is not breaking even. And we had this conversation the last time we met about parking, and the idea that, some things we pay for that don't pay us back. And that was mentioned by the city manager earlier this evening. And maybe it is the most profitable and the fairest thing to do for the city to help underwrite premium parking downtown for the benefit of our businesses. So that's a possibility. And then the third option is just full support for a cost revenue collection that supports the parking program. And that's basically the recommendation that City Council is meeting tonight. So I've met and I've talked. It's very interesting. I've met and I've talked with some people downtown, and they do represent Main Street. And I reminded them how, when this was first brought to the council by them, that there was ostensibly a parking crisis that was going to strangle our businesses. Interestingly enough, some of those people now have reversed course and said, no, the city shouldn't be involved in parking enforcement. Let the businesses enforce it. So if we were to consider a no support program for parking, I envision something expanding employee parking lots as much as possible, freeing up the city streets and letting the businesses go back to regulate their employees. When we started this conversation, one of the deficits in the situation was that for businesses that insisted employees park somewhere else, there was really no other place for them to park conveniently. And we've tried to address that, and we can probably make more progress in that area in the future. For as far as partial underwriting, we can just keep things the way they are and suck it up every year and say, you know what? The increased business downtown offsets the cost of the parking, and it's a lost opportunity not to do it. Or we can take staff recommendation, make it pay for itself, generate enough funds to create more improvements downtown, and perhaps set the stage for a parking structure downtown. At that level, I would remind everyone, looking to the day when that might happen, is that it's totally unrealistic to expect to build a parking structure and expect it to be utilized if there's free parking on the street.
Right.
So I think those are the areas that we need to be looking at right now, those three levels of participation in parking, none at all, partial underwriting, or the full boat.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Councilman Gregory?
Yes, I want to go back to, this all started because of employee parking taking up our customer spots. Our business suffered from that, and we never did better after we started parking kiosks. And there's a lot of people that took advantage of the parking kiosks to help them come downtown for a couple hours. But the biggest benefit has been it's protected the businesses and let the customers come in. We provided parking for the employees and it worked. Actually, the senior parking works. We've added more parking downtown for 30-minute parking for those of us who want to go down. And I myself have never used a kiosk because I always walk. And there's so many parking spots close to downtown. I'm sorry that it's not a difficult thing to walk. And I've advocating this a lot because people can walk. There's 1,000 parking spots within downtown range. The biggest thing that everybody needs to understand from a financial point of view, San Luis Obispo continues to build parking structures because of their street parking program. And what people do in San Luis Obispo, and we can have our staff check into this, they get tired of paying an hour or two with the meters because they have to go back to the meters all the time, so they go to the parking structures. If we're going to ever get to the point of having adequate parking downtown and doing a parking structure, we have to have a viable financial parking program on the street. We can help take care of some of the issues with the senior parking, the parking for permitted parking for employees out of the downtown district, but we have to finance the parking structure and the parking somehow. We've got to work through these problems, and I think the city staff is going in a much better direction, better signage, better kiosk. Everybody pays from minute one, unless we have some kind of a program like a locals program that we could look at for giving them complimentary parking for a few hours a month or whatever it is. But if without a paid parking program, we are never going to get a parking structure. And this gives us an avenue to start making money for a parking structure and get to the point where people will want to go to parking structure instead of staying on the street and pay the parking, including the guests, local guests and downtown guests and residents. For one, I talk to a lot of residents that love the parking kiosk. I talk to a lot of residents that use the downtown, and the numbers on the number of parking uses are oblique because it does not talk about the number of residents that go downtown and don't use the kiosk like myself. There's a ton of people that use downtown, that walk downtown and use downtown, and I have never negatively been affected by the kiosks. I think with the handicap parking accessibility that's free for our handicapped folks, and a senior program that works, it's free for the people who have limited access to get to the kiosk, I think those solve those problems. The majority of the people spending the money on the parking meters and that would support this program are our tourists. We are a tourist economy. We are getting thousands and millions of dollars as a benefit from our tourists to keep our city alive, keep our city beautiful, and keep our city thriving and moving ahead. If we don't continue to monitor the parking, it's all going to come crashing down again and upsetting all the businesses downtown. We need to continue to figure out a way to get paid parking, simplify the process, continue to get our visitors to pay for the parking, and help our locals as much as we can. But we can't do everything. Everybody, if you can't I park on Spring Street all the time, and I walk to everything I need to do downtown. And I think there's enough free parking. I think I'm supportive of the hourly increase of $2 an hour. I do want to keep the senior program going. I do want to keep the employee program going. And then maybe we can work out something else for some kind of a locals program for free parking once in a while, whatever. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Councilman Strong.
Now, at the risk of sounding like a complete nut, I'm going to say everybody's ideas are valid within their own context of what they think is going to happen. So let's look at what on the national scene, they're actually looking at what's going to happen. We now have automated vehicles, and automated vehicles are actually starting to come into play in the Bay Area. There is a prediction that in the very near future, people are going to have group cars. You won't have your own personal car. A number of people own the same car, and you should call it up when they need it to go somewhere. And that way, we'll take the traffic down by about 80%. And we're not going to need a parking structure. We're not going to need a lot of things or even these kind of parking situations. We don't know how far down the road is, but it looks like even if we do this increase, we're looking at 20 years before we can build a parking structure and pay it back. But we've already sucked into this. I almost got turned off by one of the early presentations that went way over time on timed parking. But I have to come back to myself and say, maybe for them now, timed parking is an answer. And we also know that in San Luis Obispo, an hour and 15 minutes is an average stay. 90-minute free park, 90-minute parking time limit might be fine for most of downtown, but not near the theater. It'd probably have to be 2.5-hour parking in that area so that you don't kill that business. But the other thing that you think of is, what are the businesses downtown? People aren't coming down generally to shop downtown because there's very little places to shop on daily items that you use at your home or in the city. They're tourist-oriented, most of them. Restaurants are people who like to come out for the restaurants. That's about a 90-minute stay. So that's about a good time. They'll come down actually for a libation. But that's probably in the evening hours when probably we're not going to have any paid park or timed park. We'll have it ending about 6 p.m., generally speaking, usually. So I think that maybe we might want to consider going back to just taking the loss for now on what we put into the parking, and we regain it in what we get in sales tax revenue from more use downtown. But if you limit that parking during the most working hours for most of the businesses downtown to 90 minutes, then it's awfully difficult for somebody to leave their job and run out every 90 minutes to change their car. So you have to increase the availability of parking lots for the employees. But I think that this is not looking far enough into the future, and we're planning something that's going to become an albatross around our necks. And that's how I'm looking at it at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you, Fred. Councilman Belch.
Thank you. Ty, somebody said that our license plate reader could be modified to aid in the timed parking. We wouldn't have to chalk tires like we've done in the old days. The license plate reader could be reprogrammed for that. I don't know if our particular license plate reader can be, but that's certainly worth looking at. I think time parking is probably good. I like the idea of having different time limits in different parts of the city. I think that's worthy of exploration. Bringing back the parking commission is been repeated several times, not just tonight, but in other conversations. I think that's a good idea. I understand the constraints that free parking will have on building a parking structure. If a parking structure is a worthy goal, we'll need to figure out how to design one and get cost estimates and see if it's feasible, whatever the financing mechanism is. But I think we have more questions asked than we have answers at that point. I don't know if a $2 an hour rate, the only way I could see a $2 an hour rate working is if we dedicated it, all that revenue, all of it, 100%, and use the other expenses that come out of general fund to go towards the development of a parking structure. I don't think there's an appetite to do that, but that's the only way I see myself getting behind a $2 an hour. I'd rather see time parking and eliminating the program. But I don't know if we're going to be able to take action on this tonight or just give direction. So I'll sit back and we'll see.
Okay. My comments, been frustrated for the last 3 years because we have not had a course to get into the black. There is no such thing as free parking. I think we all have learned that. There's a lot of tools that we haven't, I think, expanded. And I'm thinking now personally of the merchants downtown. They did not have to pay for that parking. The rest of the citizens in Paso Robles did. And by helping their particular person that comes in and uses their services or buys something from them, they could actually give some validation, back to that and defray the cost of some of the, especially the locals, if that's the intent. But again, there is no free parking. So we're into this project, and again, I said I've been very frustrated because it's not been in the black. We need to have a course to move forward to make it such. And at the end of the time, when it does become revenue neutral and everything is paid off with regard to our loans and such, if it's not working, then I'd say we tried and it didn't work. But I think at this point, I think the staff's recommendation here, and I asked that earlier, will this get us to that point? And I think it's going to be sooner than what staff is actually projecting. It's hard to know because there's an unknown in there, how many people really actually use that first 2 hours and how long they would be here in the downtown parking area. But if we were to go ahead and recommend that we do approve these changes, step back and see how this next phase of the parking saga, if you will, pans out, and we'll have some real data on really if it did affect the whole city or really where we're going to go with it from there. I think again, it's a council leadership question here. We said we don't want to go back on all the problems that we had before, employee parking, and all the other issues that we had, and we're fixing some of the holiday pay and Pioneer Day things. Those are issues that we can certainly work out. But to get it to a rate where at least it start to make it in black for the whole process, I think that's really important at this point to say it works or it doesn't work after that. So my druthers is to move forward with this next phase in the parking saga, if you will. That's my opinion. Again, let's council if they want to make a motion or discussion further, but we've got to move forward to make something happen here.
Mayor Hammond, this is Steve Gregory. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and take a look at the staff recommendations as presented. And we need to do something with implementing locals program, and you have stated on there the senior program. I think Ryan stated it, but employee and senior parking, I think, are really important in this. And then I think that some kind of a implementable locals program would be good to bring back also. That's my motion.
Yeah, the last bullet point definitely says that staff is to bring back further information for implementing local programs, and that is part of your motion. Do we have a second on that? I'll second it for discussion and action. So we have
discussion.
Go ahead, discussion.
Yes. See if I remember the question I was going to ask now. Will this motion include the special consideration that was raised by Mr. Roush in the theater?
Yes.
Okay.
I need clarification on that, Mr. Mayor. What are we requesting? Free parking for Mr. Roush?
Timed parking?
Mayor Martin?
Mr. Roush requested at least extended hours to serve his business. So I guess my question would be, will that be a strategy that's implemented, or is that even a strategy that can be implemented?
Would that be part of the implementation of local program that you're speaking of, Steve? That staff would work out directly with?
I think we need to work out something with Mr. Roush. Whatever that model is, you had you had a program where businesses can contribute, and the city could contribute, whatever, something to work it out with him so he can succeed in his movie theater. Nobody else in town is doing that, but he's in a very special situation, and I think we can't turn our back on him.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Along that same line, do we have any program where a business such as his, which has a specific situation, can buy ours at a cheaper rate that he can then give to his customers?
Yep, we sure do. 50 cents on the dollar is what we currently have been offering our local communities, our businesses. I can tell you that no other business in town has the same benefit as Mr. Roush's business when it comes to free parking.
Okay.
But it is available to all businesses if they chose.
The 50 cents on the dollar is, but what I'm referring to, I guess I'm asking for clarity on, is currently Mr. Roush gets extra hours that no other business does. And so if we're charging by minute one, I don't know how to reconcile that.
Right.
Is that then your intent, Steve, Gregory?
Yeah, well, I think we need to sit down with Mr. Roush and try to work that out somehow. And if I'd be happy to sit on it, whatever, but we've helped him all that we can to date, and I want to see if we can continue to try to make it work for his business. But it's better to change and evolve into success instead of slamming the door on him. So that's my intent, is to work with Mr. Roush to help him succeed, and he could help us succeed with the parking program.
Wow.
So, Mr. Greger, if I understand your motion, it's to, you're recommending, or your motion is to implement staff's recommendation and then work with Mr. Roush through the local program exception to see if we can't find some way to accommodate or make that work, and report
Correct.
back to the council at that point once they've had those conversations.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that we had them first. Did we have a second?
You did.
You seconded.
Yes, that's right. So I go ahead and call for the question. Then let's any further discussion.
I like where this is headed, but I think there's too many unanswered questions. I think it's premature to vote on this till we have figured out what we're going to do for businesses like Mr. Roush, for what the local program actually looks like, and if the software that we're going to adopt can accommodate all of the above. I still think doing a timed parking is probably a better temporary solution.
Okay.
Too many unanswered questions right
Your
now.
comment, right.
We can certainly, the software is capable of, providing discounts. And we can subsidize that to whatever level council is comfortable with. Just keeping in mind that, as noted, that at $2 an hour, the margins are thin. Not that Mr. Roush's business is going to move the needle one way or the other on that one particular business. But we certainly could come up with some sort of solution. My recommendation, if council will indulge, would to be able to provide, if council moves forward with the time parking at $2 per hour and the way presented, then we return prior to the end of February with a solution for the locals program for council approval. So that way we're in place before our busy season, which begins in March roughly.
And then what about the signage? When do you propose to bring back a solution for the signage?
We can get the signage in place pretty quickly. I'll have to meet with Frida and her team, and there again, it's an expense, but it's an improvement. We can do that administratively without having to bring back council action on that.
Okay, so staff is saying that they'll be able to bring back the locals program by February.
I would say give us to the end of February. That way we can meet with our vendors, understand what, our options. It's an ambitious timeline, but I think it's worth us pursuing. And if for some reason we do need extended time because of, some sort of unforeseen occurrence, we'll bring that request back to council and ask for a time extension as well. But rest assured that we want to get this off of our plates as well and make a decision so we can be fully operational before our busy season.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Motion by Gregory, second by Hammond. Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
For the moment, reluctantly, yes.
And Mayor Martin?
Reluctantly, for the moment, no.
The motion carries 3-2.
3-2. All right. So that finishes the item 21. We now have the items 9, 14, and 15. If we want to get into that real quick through the consent. So item 9 was canceling the regular city council meeting for scheduling a special city council meeting of January 31 to staff report on that one, I guess, Melissa.
Yes, that would be me. So we're bringing this meeting cancellation request to council due to the fact that 2 members of council and our city manager and our assistant city manager will be out of the state attending to matters related to city business on the East Coast. Due to that, we did not feel it would be in the best interest of the community to have a meeting with that many people being gone from the meeting. So we're proposing to hold a special meeting on the 31st of January instead of this meeting. Were there specific questions that we can provide more detail?
So essentially, you're moving it up 1 week, essentially.
Essentially, yes. There was an opening in this calendar due to the 5th Tuesday in January that allowed for us to do that, so we didn't lose yet another meeting because we're not having one at the very beginning of January either.
Okay.
Okay, so that answers my question, Melissa. I didn't realize. So that'll be an open public city council meeting.
Yes, sir. It will be agendized as a special meeting because it's not in our regular meeting schedule, but it'll have all of the same items that would have been on that February 7th meeting.
Okay, that answers my question. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, any other?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Whoa, second. Hang on. Okay, so we have any other comments or discussion questions?
Just an observation. I will be gone on the 31st. I'll be traveling. I plan to travel actually during the time of the meeting, so I will try to call in by phone. But
yeah, it works pretty well, actually. Right. Yeah. Okay. Mayor Martin, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone from the public wishing to have any comment on this, or anyone online? All right. So go ahead and make a motion then, Steve, Gregory.
So I move we approve consent item number 9 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Roll call.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Next we had 14. And
so I, if I may,
go ahead.
There was a letter from Mr. Carr, and I think he was asking, I think, a fair and valid question of why there was a zero cost assessed to this when there was city time involved. I can certainly see the validation of granting the applicant's request, but just in deference to Mr. Carr's, I think it's a legitimate question. How do we assess those costs?
We charge it directly to the project. So since it's in construction at this point, any time we spend on the project, whether it's inspections or the other day I was dealing with a PG&E light pole, we charge that time to the project itself. And when it comes to project closeout, then we aggregate those costs, give them a final cost for their project. They pay us. We give them, an occupancy.
So that's a condition of receiving their certificate of occupancy.
Yes.
Great. Sorry to make you wait so long to give that answer.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions on item 14 from council? Gregory or Martin?
No, thank you.
Okay.
No question. No
Anyone?
question, Greg.
Any public having any comment or anyone online?
No one online.
Okay. So can we go ahead and have a motion then?
Motion to approve declaration pursuant to Government Code Section 54221 that real property owned by the city is exempt surplus land and authorization of a quit claim deed transferring the city's interest in said property to the Hotel AVA project owner. I so move.
Second.
Motion by Bausch, second by Strong. Roll call.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the last item we had on consent to review was the oak tree removal, item 15. Darren, do you have a report?
Well, actually, the person who pulled it is no longer here.
That item was pulled by Mr. Gustafson.
Doesn't matter. Oh.
I'd be happy to answer any questions from council if you have any.
Okay. I don't.
No.
Martin or Gregory?
None from me.
Not for me.
Good. Okay. Anyone in the public? Seeing none, or anyone online? Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and make a motion.
Yes, I'll move approval at 15.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Strong, second by Bausch. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. So that gets us down to city manager report, update of current city activities.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I'll be quick. Over the last 2 weeks since our last council meeting, I attended several meetings, including the annual meeting of the Wine Country Alliance, where they went over their annual report and reported out. Mr. Hewitt and I attended that, which we appreciate all the updates and hearing the great things that the Wine Country Alliance and its partners are doing for the community. I also attended a regionalism meeting with the area city managers, the county CAO, as well as representatives from all our community development departments, including Mr. Frace and Mr. Hewitt, and we had discussed how to improve housing and infrastructure needs and financing throughout the community with this particular focus on multifamily housing. It was a productive full day at the Allegretto with all of our sister agencies. Happy to report that. I attended my first ops board meeting for 3CE and had a robust discussion about some battery storage with that group. Attended the final meeting of the year with Visit SlowCal and got updates on what's happening throughout the county with our tourism partners. Attended our Public Works Streets Barbecue. Thanks for inviting me to that from the Public Works team and our streets team. Had some great street tacos, which were awesome, so thank you for that. And also met with the Housing Authority and got some great news that 2 of the projects that they've been seeking funding for, millions of dollars from state aid is coming our way. to fund 2 local projects. If we can pull it off in a compressed time frame with rising interest rates, projects were being canceled across the state. But because our our housing authority was shovel ready, they have the ability to use those dollars right away to develop a project out at the Woodland Plaza next to Walmart, the old JCPenney building. We're working currently to try and gain the support of Kohl's and Walmart to advance those projects. It requires some CC&R amendments to be able to bring that project forward. So we're working diligently and swiftly to get those done as well. Also, I've been working with staff and Gus, our lobbyist, meeting with state senators and anybody else that will listen regarding obtaining funding for our Highway 46 overcrossing. Several meetings there and conversations. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ty. All right, moving on then, we will have current council committee activities. Who would like to start? Councilman Bausch, would you like to do that?
I'll be very brief. I had a really great meeting with our newly reconstituted Youth Commission. Very excited to meet with Angelica and Gigi and all of our new commissioners. I attended the menorah lighting ceremony. That was amazing. It was just a wonderful community event. So I just want to say thank you very much to Rabbi Gordon and his family and everyone from Shabbat. I hope we can make that a regular event.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mayor Martin out there. Steve?
Thank you. Really, the only thing I've been involved in recently are a couple remote meetings with CCCE Policy Board. I'm the new representative from our area there, and I managed to jump in just at the right time into the deep end in conversations regarding the recruitment and hiring of a new CEO. The results of that will be announced shortly, and that's the extent of my activities.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
I just had my monthly meeting with Supervisor John Pashong, and we actually talked about a lot of things downtown Paso Robles. He's been very helpful. He's interested in contributing some funding to some projects downtown. That's
Great.
it.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. With Mr. Councilman Bausch, I was at the Youth Council swearing in. And it's interesting because it's the first time we've had multiple representations from 2 schools, both from Mission and from Paso Robles High School, and outstanding members of the commission from both schools. Really leadership quality, 100%. So I'm really looking forward, and I'm hoping that we can push and help acquire their access to the NLC annual youth meeting, where they learn a lot about local government, and it's an education in itself. So I'm hoping we can move forward with that. Also, Main Street meeting, and Main Street had a presentation from one of our people up at the airport talking about the British coming and with all of their training for the paratroopers. And it was a very, very interesting discussion, and Main Street was very interested too. Then the Library Board of Trustees meeting, and that was excellent. I've handed out reports to you from that meeting, and that final one, Mr. Councilman Bausch, goes all the way to our city clerk, if you can shut it down that far. And I would especially urge you to look at pages 4 and 5 and the charts in there, because our library is the outstanding library in this county, thanks to our wonderful administration over the years, and the support of the Friends of the Library, doing an outstanding job. I think Friends of the Library actually contribute more money toward new collection than the city does. So it's a real community support for our library. And I think that leadership should be outstandingly commended. Then also I had a meeting with SLOCOG, and it was their final meeting of the year. and it went very well. Also, good representation and moving ahead on a lot of our different projects, and still working very hard also to get the money for some of our very important projects, especially the overcrossing. And also an announcement of a huge amount of money coming in to complete Highway 46 East, all the way out to Kern County, and to complete the Kern County area that goes through the oil fields as well. And that will give us the best route we have, the only route we have between the 10 and the 80 that connect 101 and I-5. And ours is right exactly in the middle. And our lobbyist is working very heavily on that same project. So that's my report.
Very good. Thank you, Councilman Strong. For my report, I had one county meeting, integrated waste management, last week. Also attended the menorah lighting, which was the first ever, it seems like, in our city. Newly acquired Rabbi Gordon and his family have now moved to Paso Robles and serve in the Jewish community, and it was very interesting to understand how that works. I think our firemen had a great time too. They had the ladder truck out there dropping little parachutes full of gilts. Yes, interesting. I do have one item, though, that I wanted to maybe bring up with Jonathan Stornetta, our fire chief. And this is I'm sure maybe other council members have had this indication from many residents, several residents actually, especially on the west side, with regard to the wildland interface coming and apparently changing, and a lot of folks losing insurance. Is there something you can briefly tell us about? And if so, maybe might want to have interest in maybe hearing an agenda item later. But can you tell us what's going on there?
Yeah, so the state changed the hazard severity zones on the west side of the communities. The biggest change we saw for the first time ever, it's considered very high. I got off the phone with the state fire marshal today. We expect intrusion of that very high zone into the city limits for the first time ever. We're unsure how far that'll go. Significant implications with that. It would change our building code. There's a lot of other things that go along with it, as well as insurance rates, non-renewals, and things like that. So what I would suggest is that we do probably agendize it in a presentation or some form, and I can discuss what we're doing right now, some of the mitigation actions we're taking, some of the implications, and still some actions needed of us to take to decrease the likelihood of this impacting our residents.
So if there's interest among council to hear something like that,
I agree.
Kind of hearing the nods. Okay. Maybe Ty, you can work with Jonathan to kind of get some schedule, maybe in the first of the year sometime. So it's very good. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Upcoming events. We have city offices closed Monday, the 26th of December. And New Year's Eve celebration is going to be Saturday the 31st. That's going to be in the park at right near the Carnegie. I believe there's also food available at food trucks. It's going to be kind of a special event. That's going to be very interesting. That's going to be, again, New Year's Eve, the 31st, from 7 to 11. And then we also have city offices closed, of course, that following Monday, that's January 2nd, 2023. First time we've used that. Development Review Committee is going to be Monday, January the 9th. Planning Commission meeting is going to be Tuesday, January 10th. We have the Development Review Committee again Monday, the January 16th at 3:30. City Council meeting again will be our next one, January 17th here, 6:30. And I think that's it, unless we have anything else further. Okay. I think we're done for the night, finally, and not quite 11:30. So do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Gregory.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.